Odinga raised the question Sunday shortly after he was cleared to join the State House race alongside his running mate Martha Karua. The first concern pointed out by Odinga is the issue of the electronic identification of voters and transmission of results during the August 9th polls. These, as the Independent Election Boundaries Commission is set to conduct a simulation exercise for the electronic transmission of polls results next week. IEBC Chairperson Ofula Chebukati confirmed the exercise will be organized on or before Thursday, June 9th. And the Third Way Alliance presidential flag bearer Okoh has threatened to move to court after being disqualified from the August 9th contest. Okoh was turned away by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission after he failed to submit sufficient signatures of his supporters. IEBC chairperson Ofula Chebukati further stated that Okoh did not submit the copies to the identity cards of the 48,000 supporters who endorsed his presidential bid.
My decision is your application is rejected, Mr. Okoh, and that's my decision. The issue of Regulation 18, which provides for supporters and IDs to be attached, is a legal requirement. Now, that issue was litigated in court, and the court made a decision on it. All the candidates, aspirants who have come here have provided copies of IDs for supporters, except you.
Speaking shortly after, Okoh protested his handle, saying that it is unrealistic to ask for all the ID copies of his supporters.
We are going to court. Our paperwork is ready, and I think maybe we had premonition that they will behave this way.
The IBC has so far verified supporters to propose constitutional amendments without the identification documents. Why is there a higher threshold for 48,000 supporters to a presidential aspirant than supporters to the said proposed referendum?
Now, city businesswoman Agnes Kagure has been cleared by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission to contest for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat. Kagure, who is vying on an independent candidate, has also unveiled Abelonchario Yeyo as her running mate. She described him as a young leader who brings youthful zeal and insight to their quest to occupy City Hall's top seat. Kagure recently dismissed reports suggesting that she had dropped her bid in favor of Polycarp Igathe, whom Jubilee Party gave a ticket to vie in the election. She now becomes the first independent candidate vying for the governor's seat in Nairobi. Also in the race for Nairobi's top seat are Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition's allied leaders, including Igathe and Johnson Sakaja of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And a three-judge bench is today expected to make a ruling on whether former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko should be approved by the electoral agency to run for the Mombasa governorship position. The panel was appointed by Chief Justice Martha Koome and ordered that all the four cases filed against Sonko's candidature be consolidated into one and be heard by the bench. Saturday, the IEBC announced that it was barring Sonko from running for office on August 9th due to the fact that he was impeached from office as Nairobi Governor. Sonko, however, opposed the decision, urging Chebukati to allow the court to pronounce itself on the matter. Since announcing that he would be running for gubernatorial position in Mombasa, the journey has not been smooth for Sonko. This as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission submitted names of some 211 candidates. Individuals, including Sonko, included, requesting that they be banned from running for public office. And the Ministry of Health is planning to vaccinate over 800,000 students who start for the 2021 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education before joining university in July. Students are being encouraged to get COVID-19 vaccinations in order to prevent the virus from spreading in universities and colleges. According to Health Principal Secretary Susan Mochache, the ministry is focusing on the young adult population as they wait to be admitted to their respective institutions. Now, police officers from Joro have arrested 4 suspects within Maucho Ward, Nakuru County, and recovered 25 arrows. The arrest followed police investigations after a photo of the suspects wielding crude weapons was shared on a popular social media platform on May 25th. The National Police Service said the Njoro Sub-County Criminal Investigations Office is processing the suspects for arraignment. They appeal to the public to exercise caution when using social media to avoid spreading misinformation and disinformation. This is Newswire. Dennis Aceto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place between 6 a.m.
and 10 a.m.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us to assert our will.
When the legislature are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi Lokop is Jeshi la Wokovu?
I can't say it very well. Well, Jeshi Lokop.
And everyone knows. Okay.
Good morning, Monday. What do we have in store today? Looks like traffic is already starting to build up on Langata Road today, and getting out into the city looks like it'll be a bit of a pickle. But we're going to have to keep an eye on things and see how they develop as we go through towards 7 a.m. Looking very good on the Thika Superhighway today. And we're also seeing traffic coming off Huru Highway through to the roundabout at Haile Selassie. Out into the CBD and through to Westlands, not much of an issue today. Speaking of which, coming off Waiyaki Way looks pretty good. James Gishoro, no problems there whatsoever. So where might the problem be? Well, a little bit on Jogo Road, coming out towards Landis Road, and then through to the Kamkunji roundabout. And we'll see a little bit of traffic here and there on the Eastern Bypass. But again, nothing too crazy. A few minutes after 6 o'clock, let's see what it looks like. About half an hour or so. Let's try to keep things moving this Monday as everybody's back on the streets.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
Good
is
morning.
the
9 minutes
Situation Room.
after 6 on the 6th day of the 6th month of A. This one we can have. Let's do 6th. 6/6/22. How you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Monday. Ndu?
Yeah.
How you doing?
I am fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You're going poor, huh? And you, City?
And I am also well with my good morning.
Very good. Very good. Nyinyi wote karibuni sana.
I saw wild geese over the weekend.
That is.
How did you know they're wild?
Because they're not tamed or domesticated.
How do you know?
They are here
They
and
don't
there.
belong to anybody.
How do you know?
That they don't belong to anybody.
Yeah.
Because where I was, there were no people who could have caged them.
They didn't look to you like people, owners of geese.
Look, they were wild geese. That's just the point. Can we just stay away from
Because they were in the wild.
shenanigans?
First of all,
They may have been.
Eric, I think we need to give our sister here a break.
Okay.
The difference between a goose and a duck is which one?
I have absolutely no clue.
Or a gander.
How
or a
do
goose
you
or
know?
a chicken.
Chicken, I know.
You know chicken?
I know they're very different from ostrich. I know.
Yes, they are.
And the turkey is the big one.
The turkey is the one that does.
Which one is Batamujinga?
That one.
Batamujinga.
Ducky.
Is it Mujinga or Mzinga?
That is ducky.
That is what?
The ducky.
The ducky.
Yes.
Do you know there's some people who keep turkey, like guard dogs, because they actually do the same thing?
Geese do a better job.
Yes, they do.
These are the ones that
These are
gang
the
up
ones
on
that
you.
honk. Yeah.
And they make a lot of noise.
And they're aggressive.
They honk, yeah.
Okay.
They're really aggressive. So you
They,
keep them as
they charge you.
So what are they called in Swahili?
Geese.
Geezy.
What are they called? which one is butter?
Duck. See? Hey. Nundu, ndiye najua.
Nundu, oh
So
yeah,
what is a
anajua.
goose?
Goose? What do you mean? Are you asking me what
In
goose is in
Kiswahili.
Kiswahili? I
Yes.
have no earthly idea.
But you know what butter is.
That's because I've heard it over time.
Are you sure that they were calling the right thing?
Yeah, butter is different. A duck is smaller than a goose. Okay? Seriously, it's smaller and it has a rounder body. So it waddles.
Rounder.
Yes, it does. It waddles a lot more than a goose does. A goose is taller, sleeker in nature.
Called butter bukini.
Butter nani?
Bukini.
But they're all webbed and
That
they
is
have a
who?
bill.
Goose.
They're all
So
webbed
goose
feet.
is butter bukini. Turkey is butter mujinga. So that means duck is butter something.
Mzinga, wajua? I'm not really sure.
I asked you.
They're all ducks.
It's
You know
butter
how
mujinga.
all rectangles are squares, but not all squares are rectangles.
That means the duck must be butter something. It can't just be butter.
Duck in Kiswahili.
Butter originally.
The OG of ducks is... Huh?
Butter mujini.
No, you've said mjini. You've said mjini. What is duck in Kiswahili? The point of this original story was that I saw wild geese flying in V formation. It was really, really cool. And then they landed. Doof, 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 doof. And then they continued along their merry way. But it was really nice to see.
Okay. See, you had a wild weekend. Long and short of it.
You said it.
Sawa. Nesa sawa. Tumekubali. We shall not argue.
We still looking for what duck is in Kiswahili.
No, I'm looking for flamingo actually.
Okay. Everybody, welcome to the conversation. Today, we are going to talk to a presidential candidate, and this is Walter Mongare of the Umoja Summit Party. He is one of 5 who have so far been cleared. The other ones are, Walter Mongare, 1. 2, Raila Odinga. 3,
William
Ruto. 4,
Wajakoya.
5, Advocate More Waihiga.
Right. Okay.
Those are the 5 that have so far been cleared. All right. Our friend Ruben Kigame tweeted yesterday he had a meeting with the IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati, who told him,
sorry,
ndugu yangu Munyore, pole sana ndugu, siwezi kusaidia wewe.
Said it like that.
And that was it. It ended like that. And he's wondering why. Anyway, so Walter Mongare will be here with us at 8 o'clock. We want to understand why he's vying for presidency this time. He's never even ran as a Kajura. He's going for a president. What ideas does he have for the country? We'll want to hear that. At 7 o'clock, let's talk to an aspirant for the seat of MCA in Kileleshwa ward, Nairobi. Kileleshwa is in Dagoretti North, isn't it?
Yes.
So Kileleshwa, Dagoretti North, Nairobi City County. Robert Alai, he'll be here with us at 7 a.m. He'll also be telling us, we'll talk about political campaigns in the digital age. We know Robert Alai, who is has always been known as blogger Robert Alai. Now he wants to go to City Hall. So he'll be here to listen.
What are bloggers known as, apart from being known as bloggers?
So that's it.
There's no tag that ends in communication something.
No.
Just blogger.
You're a blogger.
Okay. You're not even communication blogger, just blogger.
You're a blogger.
All right.
Yeah.
If you say so.
Yes. So, COVID, how are we doing?
Not really good if we're looking at the numbers. 535 million globally. There are talks about, whether COVID has reduced, and then, talks about the concern that with the rising cases around many parts of the world, that it is being ignored in a manner in which it ought not to be. Looking at Kenya, 112 new cases from a sample size, again, a really low one of 2,214. Puts Kenya at a positivity rate now of 5.1%. Now, remember, for the last 6 to 8 months, Kenya has kept a sub 5% positivity rate. And this is what the recommendation is from the World Health Organization, not just for COVID, but any disease, and in terms of its footprint or profile in terms of infection around the country, that the goal is to keep it 5% and lower. Kenya has kept it at under 1% for the last, many months.
Yep.
So this is a bit worrying.
5%.
5%. From a smaller sample size, and we have this number of cases. Again, we're looking at cases that are now symptomatic. But I would like us to also look at what's happening in terms of weather patterns, that the weather is also changing, that it's becoming cooler and cooler, and it makes people more susceptible to catching the flu normally. Yeah. And if you still have COVID in the community, the likelihood of you then getting COVID, if you're susceptible to flu or cold as a virus, then is higher. So I think this was also told to us by the experts before, that in countries where the cold weather sets in, you're likely to see a rise in COVID cases. We're getting into the colder months in Kenya, for example, June, July, and you're likely to see more cases of this, and they will be symptomatic. But the call remains to be as vigilant as possible. If you haven't been vaccinated, do get vaccinated. If you have been, get your booster shots, and then, are likely to see some of those protocols reintroduced again, with wearing of masks and making sure that hygiene is maintained. Sanitation is a big deal, and getting into public spaces, again, making sure that you're covered and protected. That is probably where the conversation is going to head in the coming weeks. With numbers like this, it's probably going to happen.
17 after 6, live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. Are you online? Say hello. Register your presence. We'll be acknowledging everybody who's awake up and about this lovely Monday morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz,
This morning we're looking at
neo
partly
soul,
cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14. Clear conditions at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 14 as well. It will be mostly cloudy in Nyeri at 11. Highs of 24 today and into Monday. Eldoret at 12 degrees this morning is clear. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 11. It's a rainy morning in Mombasa at 22, highs of 26, back down to lows of 22, and it's raining as well at 22 in Malindi. We'll see highs of 24, back down to lows of 22. Mostly clear conditions in Kisumu at 18, highs of 28 today and lows of 18, while at 14 it's clear in Kakamega. It'll go to highs of 26 and lows of 14. Into Kampala, clear at 19 degrees, highs of 26 and lows of 18, while it's cloudy at 22 in Dar es Salaam. We'll see highs of 29. 6 degrees and clear conditions in Johannesburg, still chilly this morning. We'll see highs of 17 into Monday and lows of 6. Lagos is mostly clear at 26, highs of 30 and lows of 25. Clear skies in Kinshasa at 23, highs of 32 today. Out into Beijing, Monday afternoon is sunny at 27, highs of 29 and lows of 15. And in Paris, it's clear at 14. There's a chance of thunderstorms though later, highs of 21 and lows of 14. And at 13, London, light rain this morning at 17. We'll see lows of 12 and around things out in New York where it's 19 degrees and clear conditions. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 25 and lows of 15.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, 20 after 6.
Everybody's on this morning. Good morning to you already.
94.4.
Dennis says Kapenguria in Askilizia. Kapenguria is where again? You told me this before.
And I'm not telling you again.
Oh, come on.
North Rift.
Thank you. Where exactly?
It's the capital city of...
Come on, Titi.
Think.
Kama utaki, kana mama yako.
Kapenguria.
Okay, leave Laikipia. Where do you go to next?
Isiolo.
Isiolo is this way.
Where do you go to next? Which direction do you want me to
live Laikipia?
Up.
If you live Laikipia, you go to Nyeri, you go to Meru, you go to... Where do you want to go?
Yeah.
Go north. The other ones are
Samburu.
east, south. They leave Samburu. Where else do you go?
Kind of stressful.
Turkana.
It's capital of Turkana?
Of course not.
Of course not.
You guys have no help to me this morning.
Huh?
Just tell me now.
We're helping you.
It's West Pokot.
Oh, thank you. No, is it really? Or are you playing around with me?
He's not lying to you. It's true.
Okay. West Pokot. Okay. That is where Dennis is tuning from this morning. Vitamin Steve, how about that? Is tuning from Kampala in Uganda. Abraham says he's tuned in. Komthusi Mwingi, Bewa Macha is tuning from Machakos. Good morning, team. Tuning from Kampala, and that's Ntegeka Ezra Emmanuel. We love Spice FM. Well, thank you to our Uganda crew. Asante Sana. Good morning. Tuning from Kisumu. Willie Bazu is tuning from Kitale. Machakos is also well represented this morning. Tuning from Nairobi. Daniel Butula is listening. That's where Vincent is this morning. Eddie, good morning to you. He says it's a good morning here in Kuru. He said it's a long time since I heard Ndu Okoh exclaim Walai. Has she lost her magic wand? I love how she gets, especially when she gets a Swahili word right. Just wait for me. It's coming. Mercy is tuning from Meru. Abdul is tuning from Nairobi. Joseph is tuning this morning, as well as Victor from Mombasa. Odero tuning from the Great Wall of Kino and from Mombasa. That's where Robert is this morning. Millicent says he's wishing us all a great week and is already laughing and is in stitches at you, Eric Latiff.
Why?
So you're funny. Are you not funny? You said Batam Jinga. So do Batam Genie. Butterfly. Just which one? Good morning to the Situation Room. Mark me present, ready for the day. That's Pauline. And Yobesh says he's tuning this morning. Great to have you guys in the room. Karibuni sana.
Okay. So, City. See you do like that.
Comoros.
We are still in the Comoros?
We're in the Comoros.
Okay.
Where there are riches, thieves abound. Semicolon.
Okay.
If the riches are large, the thieves are big. Full stop.
Your punctuation is on point this morning.
Where there are riches,
thieves abound.
Semicolon. If the riches are large, the thieves are big.
And big here doesn't refer
to size.
Yes, no. It's not the measure of the girth. It is.
Is what?
Their capacity and the goal. Example being, a chicken thief can be referred to as a small thief. A cow thief can be referred to as a big thief. Like that.
As they say, a fowl, a fowl that is searching for food in the compound of a thief is very close to a soup pot. Big thief. Abi?
So even fowls should know their nini. Okay. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke. With 65 days to the general election, very many stories now are focusing on the various aspects of the election. Okay? So just go become a part of our online community. So now, Ndu.
Yes?
What are you looking at in the papers?
It's interesting because I just went through earlier on, through and saying every single page here, we're looking at, of course, political stories. We've been in silly season for a while now. And as many questions are raised, this is one story that kind of gripped everybody. Kidero joins the list of candidates cleared by the IEBC. Another one that gets people's knickers in a twist. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission yesterday continued with the process of clearing governor aspirants ahead of the August general elections. Former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero joined the list of career politicians cleared to contest for Homa Bay. The Homa Bay governorship seat. Kidero, as an independent candidate, expressed optimism that he will clinch the seat. All eyes were on IEBC on how it intended to handle Mr. Kidero's application. He was among the leaders flagged by the anti-graft agency over their eligibility to contest in an advisory sent to the electoral body. His supporters broke into song and dance after he was cleared and claimed he was the best to bet to transform the Lakeside County. Kidero's clearance ushers in a mouth-watering political contest, pitting him against Homa Bay woman rep Gladys Wanga, who is vying for the seat on an ODM ticket. Wanga is enjoying the support of ODM leader Raila Odinga, who is politically supreme in the region, while Kidero is seen to rally the county to trust him with the seat to prove his management credentials. Dagoretti North MP Simbarati, who is eyeing to succeed Kisii Governor James Ongwae, Borabu MP Ben Momanyi, who is running for Nyamira governorship, as well as Kitutu Masaba MP Walter Nyambati, were also given a go-ahead by the electoral body. Arati, who is the current Dagoretti North MP, was the first to be cleared among the 7 aspirants who had picked IEBC nomination forms. 3 more will be cleared Monday, with 2 others set to appear before IEBC on Tuesday. Arati called on his opponents to carry out peaceful campaigns, and to remain civilized throughout the period. So these are, the nomination, clearances, certification continues well into this week. But again, eyebrows are still up in terms of who is being cleared and who is being asked what question. And I think that question is going to remain front and center in the minds of anybody who's analyzing this whole thing and saying, who should you or who should you not clear? Why are we still having this conversation? But I think it's very interesting to me that one line when Kidero was given his nomination certificate and his supporters, went crazy in song and dance.
He's the best bet.
Absolutely. You can be here thinking this guy is corrupt, he's in court, he's in blah. Well, he's got a following. Yeah. Got a following of people who think absolutely this is our guy.
Jesus. So it's hot everywhere.
Yep.
I'm just seeing a story here. In Elgeyo Marakwet, the current governor, Alex Tolgos, is about to finish his 2nd term, okay? So he's not eligible to run as governor ever again. However, he is going for the Senate. Who's the current senator?
Kipchumba Murkomen.
Bas. Watamenyana. Let's go to the coast. Remember, there was a gentleman who died the other day. He's the Rabbi MP William Kamoti, right? He passed on just after he'd been cleared by the IEBC to seek re-election. Now, the party, ODM, has agreed, and the family has also agreed, that his brother, Mohammed Mdigo, will run for this seat. So, Mohammed Mdigo was given the IEBC nod yesterday. Here's a thing that is interesting about this man. This is the 2nd brother who is dying when they're about to contest an election, and Mohammed Mdigo is inheriting that ticket. Are we together?
No, please.
Okay. In 2002, Mr. Mdigo's uncle, Patrick Kamoti, died weeks after his win in the Mugumo Wapasa ward in the then larger Kaloleni constituency. The Mwamkale clan, where he comes from, chose Mr. Mohammed Mdigo to contest in that by-election. In his first interview since the demise of his brother, Mdigo says he won that seat and went ahead to be elected chair of the defunct Mariakani Town Council, where he served until 2007. All right?
Right.
Now, last week, after the death and burial of his elder brother, members of the Mwamkale clan met to discuss who was the best candidate to replace Kamoti in the August 9 contest. They chose Mdigo. Mdigo, who has since secured the ODM ticket for the Rabbi MP race, told the Standard that he was not any other political greenhorn out to reap from hereditary politics. He's describing himself as a veteran politician who shelved his political ambitions to pave way for his elder brother because, our people could not elect two brothers to represent them. I won the 202 by-election after my uncle died and went on to be elected the chair of the defunct Mariakani Town Council. I've been in the political cold after I lost in the 2007 election. His entry into politics in 202 appears to be almost similar to his return this year, but he says the decision to make a comeback was both emotional and difficult for him. Once uncle dies, he's just about to contest. Clan says, you go. People elect him. He goes ahead to become the town council chairman. This time, brother has been cleared. Brother dies. Clan says, you
pick up. How about that?
Inheriting the seat the second time.
For the second time.
Yep.
Interesting.
Let's take a quick break at 29 minutes to 7. We need to take a look at the roads and how the traffic is looking like on this Monday morning. We'll be back shortly.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza. At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new
All right, let's see what's
world of
happening on the Thika
entertainment.
Superhighway right now. Traffic getting into the city, actually not so bad. We're just seeing traffic then between the Roy Sambu turnoff and then heading out towards Allsops. That's where most of the traffic is today. And then going towards the Pangani underpass, you'll see some action there. Coming off Kiambu Road, not too bad as you're getting out towards Muthaiga Square. Westlands is looking A-OK, at least for this time in the morning. Some traffic around the Eastern Bypass and, of course, on Jogger Road a little bit here and there. Traffic hasn't really started. We're likely to see more of it clog up at around 7 o'clock. But for now, if you're out, you're in good stead. If you haven't, you have a few minutes to do so without then getting stuck in the Monday morning traffic. Let's circle back and see what it looks like at around 7 o'clock, shall we? Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE, on Twitter, text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, 26 minutes to 7. You know,
Mornings
for
done
very
right.
In Muranga and Nyeri and Nyandarua counties, coffee was the biggest cash crop, right? And tea. By and by, people started feeling like they are not making much from coffee, so they uprooted their coffee plantations and coffee trees, and they started planting other trees, especially, for a long time, nuts, macadamia nuts. Kenya has a very, very, very vibrant export market for nuts. Kenya's nuts are mostly sold in America. What is it?
Okay.
We're talking about macadamia nuts, cashew nuts,
Of course we
and other
are.
nut cases. Biggest export market, America, for nuts.
Of course.
And they come from Muranga County, macadamia nuts, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk now about avocado. Over the last couple of years, avocado now avocado for export. You know, before that there was avocado in Murang'a. Avocado used to grow in Murang'a until people harvest avocados, those traditional avocados. You don't have market, so you feed it the dogs.
When did they actually start marketing and selling avocados? Because I remember not very long ago, it was quite a bit while. You didn't sell avocados; you simply plucked them and ate them.
Yeah.
Same with the guavas. You didn't sell them.
You said feed them to the dogs.
Yes.
Dogs eat avocado.
Yes.
That's the problem.
They eat avocado.
There are so many avocados that, you just throw them everywhere. Even dogs couldn't eat these things anymore.
No thanks.
Dogs do not want guacamole.
So in Murang'a, avocados for a long time were called maguna gui.
Maguna?
Gui. These things are just, are for dogs. Now they went into proper avocado planting, the Hass and the Fuerte variety for export. It's big in Murang'a. And thanks to various efforts by various companies, organizations, even the governor, Mongare, has to take credit for this. They have actually gone into planting a lot of avocado. We, Kenya, are the largest exporter of avocados in Africa. We are number 7 now globally. And I think in a few years' time, we'll be among the top 3. That is a good thing, isn't it? So avocado exports from Murang'a is big. Herein comes the problem. Avocado theft is rampant.
It's big.
In Murang'a. Oh, yes. Murang'a farmers are losing approximately 3.5 billion shillings to avocado theft, which has become common in the last 2 years. According to the County Avocado Union Chairman, John Moneki, he says 32% of the 34 tons produced annually by about 15,000 farmers registered under the Murang'a Avocado Farmers Cooperative Union, that 32% is lost to the thieves. How do they do this? You are at home, you have your avocado plantation. Kumbe, there are people who are just raiding your farm and harvesting. And they're harvesting without checking for quality. For export, you see there's quality. Bring this fruit at this point in its maturity. Yep. But these guys are just getting to the farm and they're just picking avocado fruit as they go. And it's become a big thing. Such a big problem that people are no longer even going to church. Because you go to church, you leave your farm.
For an hour.
Gone.
It's done.
You come back and you find your crop is gone. 2 weeks ago, unknown men raided Samson Muraga's farm in Kiranga village, Kandara, Murang'a County, with the sole aim of stealing the avocados in his orchard. The first time they struck, a neighbor alerted him that there were people picking his fruit. He responded, forcing the thieves to run away and leave their loot of about 476 pieces of avocado. The second time, they were not as lucky. They were caught red-handed. They are currently remanded in a prison in Murang'a town awaiting arraignment. The thieves are usually people known to us. These two are actually students. They are known for stealing avocados and stashing them in their backpacks. They strike mostly during lunch hours when they are sure that you have left the farm, or early in the morning when we are asleep. For the last 2 years, avocado farmers have been forced to spend the night guarding their farms to prevent thieves from harvesting their produce, which now fetches high prices. Some have hired watchmen, but they have been outnumbered by panga-wielding gangs. The story is being told here on page 10, an entire full page of the Nation, of what is happening. There's in Noru village, Javason Dongo, an octogenarian, has relied on farming avocado, macadamia and coffee for years, but he's on the verge of throwing in the towel because thieves have stolen the joy in his farm. He says those that have stolen from him are his nephews or people well known to him. I was once alerted that they had been spotted leaving the farm with gunny bags full of avocados from my farm. It was at 5 a.m. We ambushed them with over 800 pieces of fruit. They attempted to attack us with pangas when I threatened to report them to the police. In this frustration, Dongo said he was drawn from the fact that after making a report to the police, he was asked to go back home and bring the fruits that he had recovered as exhibit. Uko na ile avocado amechukua? Lete. He brought a gunny bag of avocado. Avocado sat there. Avocado is perishable.
It's spoiling.
The fruits rotted in the station as I waited for action to be taken against the thieves who had already gone into hiding. I went to seek help again, and the good officer told me, bring the culprit.
Okay.
As in nani ameiba? Ni fulani, my nephew. It's a big issue. It's a big problem. Now, this will now become one of those others that... The problem, though, with this is, so who is creating the demand?
Yeah.
So there are unscrupulous brokers who are buying at 3 shillings a fruit from these young people, the students and everybody. 3 bob a fruit. Bring. Now you go and steal 700 times 3. You have enough money.
200.
Yeah. Like that. Cash. So it's big business.
Yeah.
These farmers are organized themselves. They're actually selling their fruit at 25 bob a fruit. And then it's being stolen at 3 bob a fruit. And so the farmers are being forced now to start harvesting early. Which then again compromises the quality.
Right.
And which will also affect their market and their bargaining power.
What a mess, though. And this is an
Big
internal parasite that's eating you up.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
From inside.
Can you imagine?
Sheesh, man.
City?
Yes.
Tupatie story.
You know, I think I'm going to be confused until the day we have the elections.
Okay.
Because every time I look...
That's your plan?
It's not my plan. This is something that has been planned for me. Because I want to look at a story and I want to tell the story that I am reading. But the bulk of these stories I have no wish to talk about because they are political stories. Yes, it's one aspect of politics after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. So, anyway. Right.
So you make up your mind, Bueno.
Okay, somebody else make up their mind before me because
I'm you make up your mind for City?
Okay, so just it's interesting because how often we look at those who are not able to afford life. There's a story of a family who's risking losing property over a medical bill that a woman accrued, right? The family of Sarah Candy, who ran up a huge hospital bill before she died, could lose the land that they used as surety. Okay? A mother of 4 died in January last year after a year-long home-based care. Early, she had been admitted to the Nakuru nursing home as she battled fibroids. Her illness and death left her siblings divided and buried in debt. Alice Koech, an elder sister of Candy, took in one of her nieces following her sister's death. Koech is the only one in the family in formal employment. So Candy was first admitted in a different facility, but her condition quickly worsened and she was transferred to NNH for specialized treatment in 2018. Right. She was in the ICU for nearly 4 months, after which she was transferred to HDU at a private facility. A year of medical treatment at the NNH saw her health slightly improve, but the matter took a twist when the facility was temporarily removed from the list of NHIF accredited hospitals. And they were given 2 weeks to make a decision on whether she was to remain there or transfer to another facility or to be discharged for home-based care. By then, her cumulative medical expenses had already hit slightly over 5 million, but with the help of NHIF, their cash contributions, it dropped to 3.4. Koech claimed Candy's husband vanished after she was admitted to hospital. They couldn't trace him, and they learned later that he had remarried and deserted his family. Okay, so he said, this one, too much stress. Go find another wife. Gone. They established that the vital documents, such as birth certificates, had also been destroyed. When the family realized that the bill was spiraling, they opted to have her taken care of at home, and to have her discharged, they had to surrender a title deed of a piece of land in Rongai, registered under her husband's name. Her condition improved greatly, but then they lost her in January 2021. Some of her siblings had washed their hands of the bill. They said, this is just too much for us to do. My firstborn sister and I have been struggling to settle the bill. In August last year, they raised just under 500,000 shillings and were left with a bill of 2.9 million. She said the possibility of her losing the land that was given as surety has brought tension in the family. She said she and her husband had been having issues over time and money spent over this hospital bill. The older sister says she's been left mentally tortured. And now this land that belongs to the husband, who remember did what? Vanished, is about to be taken over by the hospital. They said this is an old medical bill and we need finances to run the hospital too. This is according to the hospital now. We're ready to engage the family if they have a repayment plan. We have been kind and patient with them, according to the NH.
You know, if you think about all the parties there, because yes, the truth is, so you bring in surety. We've treated you, we are okay discharging you. Bring some surety that you're going to pay.
Yeah.
So you bring in a title deed. Of course, through all that process of even bringing a title deed, the hospital does not really intend to sell you a piece of land.
No.
That's why they don't even go through that point of, let's go through proper valuation.
Transfer papers,
we are not. They just have a title deed. So you have a piece of land, just bring the title deed. Because we know that you hold a title deed dear. So bring it. You're going to be able to pay. They haven't been able to pay. Even today, if the hospital decided to auction that piece of land, it's another long process, administrative headache. They don't even know whether they can recover the amount that they are owed.
So they prefer you to come and have a conversation with them.
Yeah.
And then, in this case, unfortunately, the poor lady passed away. And so here the family is trying to deal with all of that.
It is a very sad situation.
Very, very many people going through situations like this in the country today.
And you can imagine, by the time we're getting to this point, the entire community has tried to come together to contribute. They have, the community has contributed the best they could.
Yeah. Her own siblings are saying, you know what, this is not causing a rift between myself and my family.
Yeah.
Her family being her nuclear family, her husband.
Yeah.
This is causing a problem between them. Another one said, we've done everything that we possibly can. We are done. We don't have
anything else
left. So
it's a very, very, very sad situation, because the hospital really needs its money.
They do.
The hospital certainly needs its money. There's an article that I found particularly interesting. My head has now cleared.
Good.
Okay, welcome.
It's on page 2.
Okay. Of
the Standard. Echoes from the past. And the title of this particular write-up is When the State Owned All Watches, Radios and Elections. The story is told of one gentleman by the name of Kimani Wanyoike, who comes from Nyandarua. And he had aspired to vie for a parliamentary seat in South Kilangop. Okay? Now, in those days, time was of the essence. For you to be considered a viable candidate, it was required of you to hand in your papers at a specific time. 1 minute past that time, you would not be considered eligible. So on one such occasion, when it happened to him twice, but let me just mention one occasion when he actually went you'd go to the district commissioner's office to hand in your papers. He went in, he knew the time was 30 minutes ahead of time. He entered, there was the district commissioner, there was the officer commanding the police division, then there was the special branch district officer, meaning senior security officials. He entered and they looked at the wall on the clock.
The clock on the wall, actually.
What do I call it?
The wall on the clock.
The clock on the wall.
Yes.
It was the clock, which is not the wall. The clock on the wall. Now, the clock on the wall indicated that it was 5 minutes past the time. Kimani Wanyuke looked at his watch.
His is 30 minutes to the time.
Yes, and he thought, told them, guys. The guys told him, hold. Showed them their watches.
Yes.
They all indicated
5 minutes
past the time. So he spoke and he said, sorry. He looked realized maybe there's a problem. He walked out. As soon as he walked out, they adjusted their watches and the clock to the correct time. Oh, yes. But that wasn't just it. There was a time when, again, an occasion when he stood again. What they then told him that there was, remember, Nyandarua was part of Central Province. Central Province headquarters was Nyeri. Now, there was a court case and an appeal that he needed to attend to in Nyeri. Okay? On the very day he's supposed to hand in papers. So, of course, he drove to Nyeri. Okay? Only to go to the court to find there was no such case. So he drove back
to Nyandarua.
By that time, he was time barred.
Sorry, let me
to
ask.
Kinangop.
What's wrong with this guy?
No, nothing wrong with the guy.
Timekeeping.
But the first time, it was not him. It was those guys who were playing with his head.
How do we know it was not him?
The guys adjusted their watches thereafter.
Out of 4 people, you are the only one whose watch is showing you that at different time.
Whose
Surely
watch
it's
was
you.
adjusted after the fact? The 4 fellas in the room and the one
Yes.
on the in this case, the wall on the clock.
The article,
Saa ya serikali
ndio saa.
Ndio saa.
If the government tells you it is midday,
So the government also would have you believe that Wanyoike has a time management problem.
But yeah,
they're not even going into those details. They're just telling you that you're supposed to have been here at midday and you're 5 minutes late. Those are the details.
Whether yours is 30 minutes to set time,
okay.
That's really your problem.
That is okay. The government doesn't advise you on what sort of watch to buy.
Oh, good Lord. Or whether to change your battery.
That is
every
your
hour.
choice.
Yeah.
Okay? So, choice.
Poor fella.
Also, if in your understanding you think today is Monday, and that's the day you have a court case, but it happens to be Tuesday, and you go to Nyeri for a court case that should have been on Monday, says that's your shauri.
It's not the government's problem.
Is that our problem as government, or is that
on
yours?
Monday, hey fella, where are you? We are here waiting for you.
If you decide that today is the day for your court case, and it's not,
So if you decide,
how do you blame us?
Are you saying that you haven't heard of situations where somebody arrives at the church on a Sunday,
get married
on a Sunday morning to attend a wedding ceremony, and waits, service takes place, and says, "Where are the bride and the bridegroom?"
You traveled from I don't know where for hours to attend the wedding. It's the wrong month.
Yes,
the wedding was yesterday.
And you're told, wedding for the guy looks. The wedding was yesterday. So today is not Saturday. No, brother, today's Sunday.
Today's Sunday. This is normal church.
Yes.
However, God bless you. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Wedding was yesterday.
But did you enjoy the service? Okay. Was there a particular hymn that you found particularly inspiring? Yes.
Oh, when you're
Very
here.
good. Kenya Railways is on the spot.
Again.
Yeah. Lawmakers have given Kenya Railways 3 months to recover $1 billion shillings that it paid as compensation to faceless individuals that were affected by the building of the SGR. The details of the payment to unverified individuals by Kenya Railways are contained in the 24th report on state corporations by Parliament's Public Investments Committee tabled in the National Assembly. According to this report, out of 12 billion shillings incurred on land compensation in Phase 1 of SGR project, 1.04 billion was paid to project-affected persons without the requisite supporting documents such as copies of ID cards, PIN certificates, and such other small matters as title deeds surrendered to the National Land Commission. But they got the money. This committee, chaired by Mvita MP Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir, has also put Kenya Railways on the spot for overpayments. According to them, 15 million shillings was paid to affected persons who are entitled to only 1 million.
What? So total 15 million is what should have been spent.
People should have been paid 1 million.
In total or each?
Yeah.
Let's assume each.
Let's just do total. Okay?
How many? Sorry. I'm sorry.
People should
How many people?
People should have been paid. Whoever. There's a particular issue here.
Okay.
So there's specific people who should have been paid combined
1 million.
$1 million.
All right.
How much was removed from KR?
15.
15 million shillings. Some 14 million shillings. Overpayment.
What about the billion?
Hiyo ni story ingine. These are different parts of the report.
And they all involve railway?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me sit back and listen carefully.
So we have several issues here, okay? We have Phase 1 where 12 billion shillings incurred on land compensation. 12 billion. There's $1 billion shillings that was paid to faceless individuals. They did not bring in their IDs, their PIN numbers. They did not surrender their title deeds. So really, who have you paid? What have you paid for if you don't even have the title deed? Okay? Hiyo ni moja. Another one, people have done all those things, but then they were entitled to $1 million shillings.
Total. All of them.
You have paid 15 million shillings. That means 14 million shillings are just
away.
Yeah. The committee noted that although the management has put in some efforts to recover the overpaid money, only 5 million shillings has been recovered so far.
How much?
5 million. The committee recommends that the accounting officer for the Kenya Railways should ensure that the balance of overpayments is fully recovered within 3 months of adoption of this report. Something else, 200 million shillings that Kenya Railways had deposited with Chase Bank, which was placed under receivership, is also unknown, as the report says the corporation has not engaged the bank to withdraw the money. Remember Chase Bank?
Yeah.
Remember Chase Bank going boom, belly up?
Belly up.
Yep. Remember Chase Bank then now being taken over by
NCB.
Yep. KCB at some point. Yes. And then, there was a Mauritian company, CBM now.
Is it CBS?
Yes.
Yeah, KCB was the interim. KCB was the interim.
KCB was interim at that point. Then SBM came. But during that time anyway, people who were holding money in their accounts were being compensated.
Yes.
Now, Kenya Railways never engaged.
We'll get it later.
The report says the latest correspondence between Kenya Railways and the bank was on July 22, 2020, with the lender saying the corporation has not engaged them on the money. There's also a tussle between the two entities on the exact amount. Kenya Railways says, we have 204 million shillings in this bank. Chase Bank says, you have 200 million shillings in this bank. Some 4 million shillings, that's a small change. The committee is also raising a red flag on possible loss of 194 million shillings that was included in the Kenya Railways balance sheet and described as RVR transition revenue. It had no supporting documents. In the Kenya Railways Corporation management's admittance of absence of these records due to abrupt leaving of RVR indicated that there was a possible loss of revenue during this transition that had since been addressed. The report also noted that various parcels of land worth 24 million shillings belonging to Kenya Railways were allocated to private developers without the consent of the corporation by either the Commissioner of Lands or the defunct local authorities. For example, within Limuru Railway Station, constituting 9 industrial plots, and 3 pieces within Kikuyu Railway Station, measuring approximately 2 acres, and parcels of land adjacent to Mombasa Railway Station, measuring 0.75 acres to 1 acre, allocated to private developers. All these things is let's just say that this report says Kenya Railways, Kenya Railways.
That story is long, bro.
Kenya Railways. Many things.
You know, one of the biggest landowners in this country in fact, the biggest landowner in this country for a long time was the Kenya Railways.
Yeah.
Yes, literally. Any passage, just think of the railway and where it went. It owned land everywhere. Remember the story we heard in Kisumu not very long ago?
Yep.
From the community of individuals who had whose origins were South Sudan. What was the story again? Land that had been equipped to them, and land which now the story was evolving. The Kenya Railway
reclaiming it.
Complete about turn. It was the land, yes, but who owned it before Kenya Railway owned it? I mean, the story went on.
Yep.
Story for another day.
In a minute.
Very quickly,
Yes.
Bojo could face a confidence vote in Parliament over scandal. The bank holiday weekend hasn't involved much downtime. The Prime Minister attended a number of events, including the Queen's Platinum Jubilee and the service at St. Paul's, and he was booed by part of the crowd. He's been putting finishing touches to a major House policy speech for Thursday, which will see his own answer to Help to Buy at its centerpiece. Johnson wants all to know he wants to get on with the job, but in attending the parties in between, he's been seeing what other MPs may be plotting, that there would be a no confidence vote based on what he did over Christmas when the world was locked down due to COVID. So it's coming to Parliament over this particular scandal. What they're calling a scandal is that, he had a party and a few drinks when everybody was supposed to be on lockdown, and so he's saying, look, I want to get on with my work, and you people are stopping me by this very small matter of having a few or three tossed back.
Are they ready
over Christmas.
to replace him?
Are they ready to find a new PM?
Yeah.
This is a question. No confidence, and then that means you then must put in a new fella.
Hey. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM, also live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook. Robert Alai is the MCA candidate for Kilelesho Award. He'll be joining us at 7 o'clock. Right about now. Good morning.
Sugar and spice and everything I spice.
up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Muga, Dennis Aseto. Azimio Moja One Kenya Alliance presidential candidate Raila Odinga has raised 10 issues of concern in relation to the upcoming poll to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, demanding answers from the electoral agency on measures in place to resolve the issues in question. Odinga raised the questions shortly after he was cleared to join the State House race alongside his running mate Martha Karua. The first concern pointed out by Odinga is the issue of the electronic identification of voters and transmission results during the August 9 polls.
Audit of the register of voters. Is the preliminary report by the audit firm ready? If so, what are the preliminary findings? When is the draft final report of audit of register of voters expected? And 4, proposal to amend the elections general regulations, which is currently before Parliament. I want to know the status and why.
These as the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission set to conduct a simulation exercise for the electronic transmission of polls results next week. The IEBC chairperson of Chebukati confirmed the exercise will be organized on or before Thursday 9th.
And all the other issues in this memo will be answered to by the Commission in writing once we are done with this exercise. I just want to assure you that all the issues you have raised have been addressed by the Commission, and we are where we are supposed to be in terms of our election timeline.
And Third Way Alliance presidential flag bearer Okoh has threatened to move to court after being disqualified from the August 9th contest. A court was turned away by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission after he failed to submit sufficient signatures of his supporters. IEBC chairperson of Chebukati further stated that our court did not submit the copies of the identity cards of the 48,000 supporters who endorsed his presidential bid.
My decision is your application is rejected, Mr. Okoh. And that's my decision. The issue of Regulation 18, which provides for supporters and IDs to be attached, is a legal requirement. Now, that issue was litigated in court, and the court made a decision on it. All the candidates, aspirants who have come here have provided copies of IDs for supporters, except you.
Speaking shortly after, Okoh protested his hurdle, saying it is unrealistic to ask for all the ID copies of your supporters.
We are going to court. Our paperwork is ready, and I think maybe we had premonition that they will behave this way.
The IBC has so far verified supporters to propose constitutional amendments without the identification documents. Why is there a higher threshold for 48,000 supporters to a presidential aspirant than supporters to the said proposed referendum?
Still on Malta's elections, and the independent presidential candidate Reuben Kigame is complaining after he was denied the opportunity to present himself before the IEBC for clearance. On Twitter, Kigame said that even after a lengthy meeting with the IEBC chairperson of Chebukati, the commission insisted he cannot be cleared. However, it is not yet known exactly what made Kigame not be listed among those who appeared before the IEBC for clearance. Like Mwangi wa Iria, Kigame was not included in the list of presidential candidates to be cleared by the commission. Now, city businesswoman Agnes Kagure has been cleared by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to contest for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat. Kagure, who is vying on an independent ticket, has also unveiled Abel Onchari Oyeyo as her running mate. She described him as a young leader who brings youthful zeal and insight to their quest to occupy City Hall top seat. Kagure recently dismissed reports suggesting that she had dropped her bid in favor of Polycarp Igathe, whom Jubilee Party gave a ticket to vie for the election. She now becomes the first independent candidate vying for the governor's seat in Nairobi. Also in the race for Nairobi's top seat are Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition's allied leaders, including Igathe and Johnson Sakaja of Kenya Kwanza Coalition. And a 3-judge bench is today expected to make a ruling on whether former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko shall be approved by the electoral agency to run for the Mombasa governorship position. The panel was appointed by Chief Justice Martha Koome and ordered that all the 4 cases filed against Sonko's candidature be consolidated into one and be heard by the bench. Saturday, the IEBC announced that it was barring Sonko from running for office on August 9th due to the fact that he was impeached from office as Nairobi governor. Sonko, however, opposed the decision, urging Chebukati to allow the court to pronounce itself on the matter. Since announcing that he will be running for gubernatorial position in Mombasa, the journey has not been smooth for Sonko. This as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission submitted names of some of the individuals, including Sonko, requesting that they be banned from running for public office. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Oseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, most parts of the city we're seeing traffic building up this morning. Looking at the Thika Superhighway, again, an accident that took place there earlier this morning, right around that Roy Sambu junction, caused some traffic, and we're still seeing the dregs of that now. We're looking way beyond that junction, way past Clayworks today, and that's where we see traffic coming off this highway well into Kiambu County. We're also looking at Kiambu Road, a little bit of traffic, actually not a little bit, quite some, as you're getting then towards Muthaiga Square. Let's look at other parts of the city where on Jogo Road it started early as well, going towards Landis Road and out towards the Kamkunji Junction. We'd like to see a build-up of that continue. Langata Road as well, still some traffic. The CBD is where we're getting the most of the action this morning. Mombasa Road looks pretty good. I hope it remains that way. Just in case things get a little bit sticky, you can use the southern bypass. You're going to get stuck around Langata Road, then you might want to think about going further and using Gong Road into the city. Faster, longer, faster. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's try and keep things moving this Monday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
on the
day.
6th day of the 6th month, 2022. Good morning. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. We have a guest in the studio. Before we welcome him, let's hear the day's proverb. CT.
Yes, we are still in the country or the islands of the Comoros.
Mm-hmm.
Where there are thieves, no, it's actually where there are riches. Where there are riches, thieves abound. Semicolon. If the riches are large, the thieves are big.
Where there are thieves, riches abound.
Where there are riches, thieves abound.
Where the riches are abundant,
thieves are
large. Where the riches are large, thieves are big.
Yes, I think this is one of those situations where whatever translation is directly from the language that the proverb was originally written in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Big here doesn't refer to the physical size of the thief. No, the capacity. Yes, and what is the steal? As I mentioned earlier, in this context, someone whose area of expertise is stealing chicken would be considered a small thief. Someone whose area of expertise extended to livestock like, say, cows, would be a big thief.
Right.
Context, though. If you just hear people are stealing avocado, you think those are small thieves. And then you hear
of the amount of money.
When it goes to 3 billion shillings worth of avocado.
That's a heck of a lot of avocado.
That's some serious avocado theft.
Those are big thieves.
Yeah, big time. So Comoros is what? Islands. East African.
They're East African.
Is it a republic? Or is
It's an independent country.
Yeah. With a president.
With a president.
With a funny name, Azali Assoumani.
I'm sure he thinks our names are equally funny.
Azali Assoumani.
Yes.
Yathmani.
Yathmani?
Yeah?
Lakini Assoumani kwao.
Assoumani, kule. Yeah. And the capital is Moroni.
Mm-hmm. It is.
I know you want to say
so
Moroni.
you and
Comoros.
You're from Comoros.
You're from Koromos.
Koromos Island.
Where is Kapengurian do?
Turkana. West Pokot.
No wonder you wanted to start the week with these
your ancestors
from Muhoroni. Robert Alai is with us in the studio. Robert Alai is known by many as blogger Robert Alai. He's of course very many things.
Yes.
You are vying to be the next MCA for Kileleshwa Award.
Yes, please.
Welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation.
Asante sana.
Thank you for joining us
Asante.
and occupying the hot seat this morning.
Asante.
So, Kileleshwa is one of those wards where we heard that the residents of Kileleshwa are conducting public vetting by interviewing candidates and calling them to a town hall and asking them, so, come, kuja, kaa hapa. Tell us, did you attend such?
Yes.
Tell us how it was actually organized.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric, for the invite and for welcoming me here. I was just looking up Comoros because I think it's one of those countries which is very near to us and we don't know much about it. Just looking at, it has more than four islands. It's very interesting, French, English, the composition. But let's come back to Kileleshwa. I think my entry into Kileleshwa brought in a lot of conversation around it. The media, focus, attention, and also on the seat of the MCA. And it's very interesting because I think that we have ignored the most important seat and left it to people whom we think are not, especially the middle class. We think that these people, this is not our class. This is not the class of seat somebody in the middle class should vie for. So they say that it should be either somebody who has not gone to school, somebody who's a thug, maybe a tout, a newspaper vendor. They assume that there's a class of but they don't know that this is the most important seat in anchoring devolution, in managing and oversighting the counties. So since I came into the race, I think towards the end of April, I've got an interesting conversation. I was brought in for an interview by the Kiwana, which is the Kileleshwa Residents Association, for the entire Kileleshwa. Kileleshwa starts right from Kianda School. Yeah, behind Kianda School, there's Waruku, which is a slum, and along Wayaki Way up to Mamlaka Chapel. Then Mamlaka Chapel, if you're coming towards Arboretum, on your left side is Kilimani, on your right side Kileleshwa. You go up to Oloitoktok, Road, so right side still Kileleshwa.
And the other side is Kilimani Road.
Kilimani. But if you, from the Shell petrol station which was brought down, a part of it, the river is the boundary. So the river is the boundary. You go in up to Olengorone, the Cotton Avenue, Olengorone, Oloitoktok roundabout. Then you go back towards Lavington. Right hand side Kileleshwa, left hand side Kilimani. Up to the roundabout where you have tile and carpet. Then you go towards Mutangari, police station. You get right after police station is where Kileleshwa starts in again. So along the river, there's a river there up to Waruku. So there's a slum in Kileleshwa called Waruku, which many people, Rafta Road is Kileleshwa, ABC Place is Kileleshwa, Mutangari is Kileleshwa. A lot of guys in Kileleshwa assume that Kileleshwa is Kileleshwa Estate. Yes.
So Kileleshwa stretches all the way. We are talking about some parts of Westlands. Raptor Road, like you're saying.
Yes.
The Catholic Church Consolata.
Yes.
That's Kileleshwa. University of Nairobi.
Yes.
Is in Kileleshwa.
JKUAT in Waruku.
JKUAT in Waruku.
Westlands campus is Kileleshwa.
Kileleshwa Estate itself.
Kileleshwa itself, Githunguri, Othaya, Gatundu Road.
Riverside.
Kileleshwa itself,
Okay.
Yeah.
So the residents those must be very many resident associations and that came together to interview people.
Yes, so it's under the umbrella of Kiwana, which is the umbrella body for all the resident stations. And they organized the interview for the MCAs they started, and recently they did for the governor, which we had 2 contenders, led by Polycarp Igade. Yeah, it was very interesting engaging them because also a good number of the residents don't know, the political boundary of the Kileleshwa, and they assume that the estate boundary is where if you don't stay in the Kileleshwa estate, then you don't stay in Kileleshwa. Yeah, so it also brought in the focus of who should represent us and which are the main issues. And I think the issues of the middle class, we have not been addressed well. And, the middle class have been blamed for a lot of things. But I think they need not to be blamed because by nature, they want less noise and more comfort. You want your kids to go to school conveniently. If you're going to work in town, you want to either walk, cycle, drive, whatever means you want to choose. You want to be taken there without much chaos. You want to eat fresh food, good markets. You want your streets to be lit. You want the estates to be safe. No muggers, things like that. No. When you get to a certain stage, you don't want a lot of, razzmatazz in your life. So these are things which can be solved at the county level, not at the national parliament level. They can be solved at the county level. But every one of these seats, the MCA seats, have been ignored by the middle class. Some of the areas, in fact, I can tell you for a fact, the non-ODM areas, some of the seats are held by people, either thugs, people have no understanding on how to represent, oversight, and legislate, which is needed. Yeah.
Robert, are you suggesting that there are some people who prefer to be mugged, who don't want their children to go to school?
No.
Who don't want to live in safe neighborhoods?
No. I'm saying this because Kileleshwa is mostly middle class. Out of the 30,000 voters I have, 25,000 come from the middle class. They don't interact with politicians. They don't. In fact, some of the courts are written, no politics, please. No politicians, please. It's written. So I'm left with 5,000.
Msikuje hapa na makelele yenu.
5,000 in Waruku. Or there's also in Nairobi, there's also the dynamic of the diaspora voters. Somebody staying in Gashie, but works in Kileleshwa, so he votes in Kileleshwa where he works. Somebody staying in Kibra, somebody staying in Kawangware, Katina, Kabiro, but they work in Kileleshwa, so they'd rather vote there where they work. Yeah. So there's diaspora voter. You look for these pockets. Some even in Athi River, Lolongo, you get 500 voters there. Then also the Nairobi politicians have this strategy of confusing their opponents. So they go register people as far as Thika. Yeah, they have a pocket, especially if you have somebody who was a chairman of Matatus. It's very easy for him to transport people.
Right.
So he knows that if you bring 20 buses, you will not know where the votes came from. Yeah. So you'll go campaign. You're campaigning the wrong people. And then he brings his people. He has won. And you look at the party statistics. If you have a political party like ODM, why should somebody who want to be the MCA win the main party primary with 1,000 votes? Why? Because you don't participate. If you get people who come willingly from the middle class, we call them the apartment people, yeah, you'll get not more than 50.
But Robert, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
Clearly there is a problem with this group of individuals we're referring to as the middle class.
Yeah.
But why are they so apathetic towards politics? Or why? Because from what you say, it appears they do not want to be involved in politics.
Yes.
Have you found out why it is they do not?
I try to ask and encourage. The one conversation they say is that I don't want, especially when you work in an organization which needs competence. Look at the good side of you. If you are a Safaricom employee, you see, you live in Safaricom in Kileleshwa. If you go and engage politics and you ask hard questions, and this one comes in public. Sometimes for your own reputation, this one might not be a good thing. You work with the United Nations, it might not be a good thing. So I think first the employment conditions in this country, and also it's not only in this country, it's the corporate culture. The corporate culture limits the middle class involvement in politics, and also the corporate culture, the idea that you are somebody who is expected to be above a certain class, limits their involvement, because the Kenyan politics by nature is very dirty. Yesterday I saw my favorite candidate for the governor, and I can tell you for a fact that we don't agree with the Polycarp Igathe on many things, but I think it's the best thing to have happened because he has a deep understanding of the issues.
Let me ask you something, Robert. Even as you said that the middle class, these 25,000 or so voters, are not interested in getting into politics, are there issues that they have that are in need of address? Because even though I may not want you to attend your rally or attend your town hall or whatever, there must be issues that they know the local politician must address. What are some of those issues that they, or if they even communicate them, or are they communicating what these issues are?
Yes, I have. I can tell you they have a lot of issues, and I have 12 of them. Which Kiwana sent to me when we were going for the interview, and I can just read for you, brief of some the 12 of them. First, the role of the MCA, which is I will ensure that the MCA and the county assembly effectively play the role of legislation, oversight, and representation. Roads. The roads in most of the areas, the residential areas in Nairobi are not in so good state. The budget, Nairobi raises more than, and we can tell you for a fact, 140 to 180 million a day. The only reported amount is 40 million. Where is the over 100 million they are disappearing to? Why do you have councillors who are billionaires without inventing anything? Why do you have councillors who are billionaires, MCAs who are billionaires, without having any business you can point to? Yes, pending bills, also these affect middle class, the suppliers, the big people who are doing the business there, they're not paid in times, water, a big challenge. Everybody went into drilling boreholes. Yes, and these boreholes, do you know the effect you're doing to your children? Are they purifying the water? How much fluoride is on these boreholes? Who is ensuring that you have standards? Even if you drill your own borehole, are you ensuring that the water why is everybody buying bottled water? Because the water you are drinking from the borehole is not good for your health. The pollution of rivers. Can you go, if you're going to the Arboretum, can you sit next to Nairobi River? Do you want to sit next there? Noise pollution. As a politician, this middle class don't allow me anywhere near Lavington, Mudangari, Kileleshwa. My vehicles cannot make noise around there. If you make noise, you know that you're going to lose votes. The lack of children playgrounds. Somebody apparently told Nairobians that you can only make money from buildings. So every open space now is occupied by buildings. Everybody's trying to build. But you just want a park, a walk, a skate park, maybe, just a small Uhuru Park next to your residential areas. Nobody's is looking into that. And controlled development, by what? It's called what? The city regulations. You're not supposed to build more than 4-story buildings in Kileleshwa. Now you have 20. You have 20. And the public amenities.
And they've all been approved.
They have all been approved. Funnily, you approve, but the law says...
But were the building codes changed? I mean, the laws governing, say, the size of plot in which you can put a certain structure, were those regulations changed within the county government?
No, they changed, but they...
To accommodate 20 stories?
No. Even the governors themselves are building a headquarter in Kilimani, which is going to be around how many floors? 20, 15, 20 floors. You saw when the president went to launch. It's not going to be good even for the security of. There was a time you could not build a certain level of story department next to the State House or the DOD. But now you see that
Now
everyone
they're coming up all over.
Yeah, so the lack of community empowerment, young people, Mamamboga, around Kileleshwa alone, you have these blue chips making hundreds of billions a year. Do you have a social sustainability fund to ensure that we at least give, if you make 200, 300 billion as a community of corporates, blue chips, can you just give 100 million to the Mamambogas? To uplift their standard. They'll still bank with you. They'll still buy your airtime. They'll still, come and buy your services. Can we just try to make sure that everybody rises from the poverty?
And you're saying these issues were given to you by the residents of Kileleshwa?
These are the residents. They raised them. This is the middle class raising them.
So they are connected
Yes.
to the issues affecting them.
Yes.
And they are also connected to knowing that the MCA has the power to solve the issues.
Yes.
So then why would they not engage?
In politics?
Because our politics is that. It is not something, would you want, my friend, there's a friend of mine who went to the rally yesterday at Ndugu, and they say he was robbed a smartphone. This is somebody from the middle class. I don't want to mention the name because I know that it would come to the media in a very short while. So, and it showed me the lack of understanding of even the middle class. That when you want to go to such a rally, even if it was a crusade, the first thing is please keep your phones away from you because you.
But in this particular case, you're not asking them to come for a rally.
No.
In a different locality.
Yes.
You're basically asking to engage them in their neighborhoods.
Yes.
Why would it be so difficult to have these conversations, like, on a regular basis? Say a certain court has opened up and said, come, let's hear them. Let's hear what you're saying. Or even pass your campaign material. Let's engage and understand who is vying in this area. Because what you're saying is actually true. I've encountered the same. When we were running that campaign, I ran this city. It's the same thing. The residents of Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Westlands and all, you go to their homes today, they're doing a barbecue, and from morning to evening, it'll be political talk.
Yes.
But they'll not be talking about local politics.
No.
They'll be on whether Baba or Ruto.
Yes.
And whether what Azimio is doing and what Kenya Kwanza is doing. They will not talk about our neighborhood, our garbage, like you're saying, our water, our security, our roads. They will not talk about that. How do you turn this around?
I think the best answer to this question is when I asked Babu when I was the chairman of Nyeri Estate in Bakasi, 5,000 housing units there, and a household in Kenya is now averagely 4.5 to 5 people, so you have 25,000 to 30,000 residents in an estate like that. So when Babu was coming in as the MP in Bakasi East in 2017, I asked him that, why are you making a lot of noise about all these things and Baba, Tibim, Tialala? Why don't you address our issues, specific issues? Then Babu, is an actuarial science guy. So he consumes data a lot. And this is what Kenyan politicians don't do, is that they don't recite, they don't poll. But Babu is one of the few people whom you'll find paying polls 3 times a year. And he told me that Kenyan politics is structured around cult of personalities. If you're on Baba's side, Chapa Ruto. If you're on Ruto's side, Chapa Baba. And some people get elected for as simple
because of that.
Some people get elected for as simple as taking a photo. And that's why carrying the hand is very important. So he told me the cult of personalities means that you will not be heard a lot. You bring the issues you saw, my Polycarpica, they're trying to bring up the issues, the policy. But you're told, no, policy is not there for that. It's not for that platform.
We chapa siasa.
Hapo unasema kwamba wale ni wezi. You just do chants. So, but the middle class, these people want a deeper conversation. Yeah, they want to hold this conversation with you.
Do they really?
They want to.
Do they want it for the sake of conversation, or do they actually want to see real change?
I think like other Kenyans, they also want change because they are very uncomfortable if you talk to them about things happening in their state. And when we organized Nyayo Embakasi, a lot of them got involved, and a lot of them got involved in the management. But when you told them that now, why don't you rise to be the next MP or the next MCA? Many were not interested.
Back off.
Because you see now, even today, the stabbings, the beatings, the fights,
It's still...
Because around the middle class, around all the estates of the middle class, you'll find a slum. And it controls the politics of the area. and it's vicious, gangland, you have to have a very good... When I came into Kileleshwa, you find people who are living in Kawangware or Waithaka and warning you not to ever step in there and politics, so how do you deal with that if you don't want violent and vita and such kind of chaos?
So it's a dirty mix of politics.
Dirty mix of politics.
Before we go into this break, someone has actually asked, so let me just ask you directly. So you have been in Embakasi. Why didn't you vie in Embakasi?
No, I think because I moved. I moved to Kileleshwa around 5.5 years ago because my kids were starting school. Yeah, and my kids go to Brayside for the first time. Let me tell you that. So if anybody's, they see me there regularly, I drop them off, and I chose it because of various reasons. And so I had to go and live next to the school. My policy is that if you have kids, I've had parents who are going to Brayside, kids going to Brayside or Brayburn, and they were living in Nyayo Embakasi, and I saw them waking kids up at 4 a.m., taking breakfast in the vehicle. And I say, no, I'll not allow this for my own kids. So I say, I'm going to live next to there. So I live quietly, trying to run away from also the chaos of the 2017 politics and trying to ensure that I don't get involved, and also try to see the direction the Kenya politics was taking. And this is where some people assume that I still lived in Embakasi. I got disconnected. Even the leadership of NER, I think, changed 6 years ago. So I got disconnected from the Embakasi politics 6 years ago. When I came to Nairobi, I first lived in Karibangi South, and very interesting mix. I've lived in Karibangi South. I've lived in now what is called Buruburu. I've lived in Majengo, Pumwani area. Pumwani area is, there's hostels there. So I have understanding from the low to the middle class. The only place I've not lived in is in the Nyeri and the upper class and the Karens and the the Rundas.
When you go to City Hall?
So, yes. No.
You're not saying much, but as we see what politicians do, let's take a quick break. It's 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Robert Alai, blogger Robert Alai, wants to be the next MCA for Kileleshwa Ward. He's vying on an ODM ticket. You've gotten clearance from IEBC? You're good to go?
Yes, I'm good to go.
Okay.
Good to go, yes.
We're talking about political campaigns in this digital age, and also looking at the various voters and voting blocks in this city. Who makes the decision on who becomes our next leaders? Let's take a quick break, take a look at the weather and traffic. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to SpiceFM.
Hey, Mato, what's up? You're not yourself today, man. Just a little push and pull with my taxes. I'm moving to court to challenge some tax claims from the KRA. Easy, man. Have you considered talking to them before, taking this long judicial route? What do you mean talking to them? It's a KRA, for heaven's sake. Yo, listen. The KRA has established an alternative dispute resolution mechanism which is faster, flexible, confidential, and above all, provides a win-win outcome for all parties. Wait. As in, I can actually engage KRA out of court? Oh, yes. And it's free. Now, able get that gloom off your face and go talk to KRA today.
For more information on KRA's alternative dispute resolution, write to adr@kra.go.ke. KRA, tujadiliane, tuelewane. Are you a recruiter looking for the ideal candidate? What if we told you there's an easier, faster, and unbiased way to hire? Forget all the time wasting and costly hiring mistakes and instead focus on reviewing the best suited candidates from the start. Sounds good, right? We offer you a seamless recruitment portal and access to our thousands of job seeker profiles to suit your hiring needs. In just a few clicks, you will be able to select the best candidates ranked by real data. Sign up today by visiting jobs.digga.co.ke and start your journey to efficient and effective hiring.
Hey, have you heard about Mbuzi24.com?
Mbuzi what? No!
What is it? Mbusi24.com delivers farm fresh products such as meat.
All right, still mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. At 14, Nakuru, the sun will come out, highs of 25 and lows of 13. It's partly sunny at 14 in Nyeri. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 11. At 12, it's sunny in Eldoret, highs of 23. We'll see highs of 25. In a still rainy Mombasa, currently at 22, and it's 22 in Malindi as well. It's raining this morning, going to highs of 24. Sunny conditions at 19 in Kisumu, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Kakamega at 14. Looking into Kampala, it's mostly clear at 18, highs of 26 and lows of 18, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam, currently at 22. Johannesburg is clear at 5, highs of 18, and we'll see highs of 30 in a rainy Lagos now at 25, coming down to lows of 24. At 22, clear conditions in Kinshasa, we'll see highs of 32 and lows of 21.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. You're listening to the city, and now is when we'll see that build up really getting tighter on Langata Road inbound. Very, very heavy traffic as you get to the interchange, and on Jogo Road as well, getting just past Hamza out towards the roundabout at the City Stadium. Quite a lot of traffic this morning. What's going on Likoni Road? That's the question. This is inbound traffic, and it's going to connect with what's going on Lunga Lunga, and then you'll see that join with the Likoni X interchange on Mombasa Road. So watch out for that one. Also, we're looking at Uhuru Highway now is bumper to bumper, jam-packed through and through to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout and outbound from there as well. Looking into the west part of the city now, we're looking at Westlands, looking at this entire Lavington, Kileleshwa area. A lot of traffic there this morning, coming out then to Mudangari and then James Gishuru after that. It's jam-packed on the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at traffic on Kiambu Road as well. Everywhere you look, it looks like traffic hours started at once this morning. Let's keep an eye on things. Let us know what's happening where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
Twenty-three minutes to 8. The conversation continues. This is a Situation Room on SpiceFM and online. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga. Our guest is Robert Alai, MCA candidate for Kileleshwa Ward on ODM ticket. Robert, people say that you are very abrasive. Your brand online as a blogger. For very many years, people have said, well, if you want someone to tarnish your opponent's name, just look for Robert Alai.
Yeah.
Okay? Atakuharibia huyo jamaa.
Atakumalizia
huyo mtu.
Yes.
All right. And now here you are. You're the one who is seeking to represent the people.
Yeah.
With the same. And even now, even with when you're still campaigning and seeking votes, your social media posts are still hard-hitting. For example, recently you took on Johnson Sakaja.
Yes.
And you have gone all out there claiming, oh, this man did not clear university. I mean, do you have anything against Sakaja, or do you have anything to actually prove that Sakaja has not gone to school?
You know, the only thing I have against Sakaja is that he's vying for a public office. Just like me, I expect to be vetted by the public, by you people. You know, when you ask me about being abrasive, it's the public vetting me. You know, we're also vetting the others who are seeking the other post. And it's also Sakaja, you know, all these people are seeking elective posts. You're being asked questions, and it's good for the public. We have to go through all of this. There's a point, I think, when we had the Public Order Act, which was being used against us when we tried to ask hard questions, and we are being told that you're undermining a public official, especially if they are vying and they're already holding the office, you know, the Public Order. But we went to the Constitutional Court and it was ruled unconstitutional. So here is me coming in, you know, the Kenyan politics itself is vicious, you know. So when sometimes you ask hard questions and you ask them softly, you're either not being heard or you're not thought to be authoritative enough, or you are thought to be weak, you know, or you just don't have facts. But when you ask them hardly and you insist on that, they call you abrasive, you know. But you're just asking that if you went to school, why is 1 + 1 in your case 11 and not 2? You know, it is not adding up. You know, the case with Aisha Jumu and I'm not asking them from what I was investigating, but from what they have said in public.
But Robert, you were not asking a question here. You were making a statement.
Yes.
You said Johnson Sakaja never went beyond 2 years at
Yes.
UN. He knows it.
Yes.
He was taking actuarial science and stopped schooling at year 2.
Yes.
We must stop allowing conmen to pretend to have genuine papers.
Yes.
You were stating something. You were
Yes.
not asking a question.
Yes, you know,
So do you know this?
Yes,
without
yes,
doubt?
from the university itself, the systems, and you know, the university is a public university, so it's not things which is hidden. And if you go to ask them questions, this thing was first raised by Kidero, I think in 2016, that he didn't finish university, he left at year 2, and when we asked him, he never responded up to today. Instead, he went for the senator seat, which didn't require university. You realize that? Why was he escaped? Then, when we asked him this time, we were told he went back to school and finished. Finished where? Yesterday, you heard the allegations that he was coming from Namanga with the university from Tanzania, things like that, and it was not making sense to us. I don't know if that's true or not. But up to now, if you're a public official, especially you want to be the executive, in the executive arm of the government. You know me, I don't see university. I went to the USIU. I don't see the university as very important, especially if you're going to be in the legislative arms of the government. But I think it's very important when you want to be the executive arm, the governor or the president. If you want to be in the legislative arm of the government, I think you need to go to NYS. If you gave me this option, I would take it. Go to NYS, national service for 9 months. Most of these people will be very patriotic and will not steal much because they would understand the plight of the poor man. You know, so the university doesn't help here a lot. But the public officials who are seeking office, they don't want to be asked questions, they don't want to be annoyed, they don't want to be poked or to be even questioned. You know, one time I asked Jubilee that in the first term, and I was taken to jail. And you know, when the
what did you ask?
I asked. It's some of it is still under court review, so I would not.
The bit that is not under court review.
You know, so
generally speaking, what did you ask?
You know, I asked the public. You know, you understood when the officers were killed in Baragoi,
yes,
and they were left there without being picked for days. You know. And I asked that, don't we have a president in this country? Because people are saying interior ministries, G commandant wa nini, wa TPU, G commandant wa AP what. Then I asked, we only elected one person to be in charge of all these people. Who is the president? So the president people were not also responding. So what I did is that I took his number and posted it online. Yeah. Then I was taken to court. Yeah, for causing personal annoyance to the president. That was a charge.
That's
under
the charge.
The Kicker Act.
Yes.
So what I did, when we went to court, we defended ourselves, and part of it was thrown out because, you know, causing personal annoyance is unconstitutional now, after we went to the Constitutional Court. But also the fact that I shared the president's number was brought in. And you know, my defense has always been that the president, you remember when Raila Odinga was coming from the US, and he told Raila Odinga that, you know, if you want to reach me, you can reach me. My number has not changed. At the Labor Day event with Atwoli. And in fact, he spelled out his personal phone number. I said, if he shared his number, what wrong did I do
to repeat the same?
Yes. Yeah, so, you know, that's
but then you've had several run-ins with the law on on such particular issues, right?
Yes, close to 40 of them.
Where it's either public officials, in some cases it's corporate titans, you know, people in corporate positions, or just taking on organizations and publishing them either directly on your platforms, including your website, or others where you just share in other platforms, and it's known. This walks, talks, swims, quacks like Robert Alai. This is Robert Alai. Why are you like that?
Why are you saying? No, I'm not like that.
Why are you like that?
You see, these are
Who hurt you?
let me tell you, Eric. This is a new space. I think you guys are just trying to understand it. Also, this is where the media was at certain point. The Nations, the Weekenders, the weekly reviews, the Kenya Times, the People Weekly. This is where you guys were at certain points. You're just called little nuisances, and this is, people would never see the journalist. And when I was growing up and trying to get to understand the Kenyan politics, one of the things which my dad taught me is that you have two people who can even betray their own families. And there's a journalist or a media person now, because the definition of a journalist is gradually changing, and a police officer. Yes, because when it comes to issues of the society, sometimes you think you have a higher calling, and you might be nudged into action. Why is this thing doing? Why is it looking so wrong? And you start asking questions. Especially now, even the most powerful person is not a blogger like me, who might be having, so many followers. The most powerful person is any individual with a smartphone. Yeah. Yesterday, the day before 4 years, I had a very serious road accident in Kisumu, coming from the launch of the campaign for Governor Nyang, and within 5 minutes, this thing was all over social media, and they say it's not me again. This thing has moved to the common man. Everybody with a smartphone, and the pictures were there, even the things which you didn't want to. And this is the nature of the digital ecosystem, is that it's changing very fast.
How then? I mean, because obviously looking at how society has changed over the last 20 or so years, and what now we're able to do. And here you are coming from a place whereby you used this kind of communication in very, very many ways, whether it was social issues, whether it's political issues. And now here you are wanting to represent the people at this ground level.
Yes.
How then do you think that space can be maximized then to operate within issues which you've listed? You have those issues. How then can that space be intertwined to start to sort out some of these issues for the ward that you're interested in sitting in?
I think we have also used this for the good. Sometimes people see only bad, because the bad is spreads faster than the good. We have used the Kenyans for Kenya was a movement by I think some of us started it before even the corporates jumped in. Even highlighting some of these issues have changed lives and brought in focus. Even the issues now, the biggest focus has been on the noisy pubs, because the vice economy is moving from the CBD to the residential areas.
Yes.
Yeah. So that vice economy is also bringing itself with the nuisances. The nuisances, when we try to highlight them, especially during the COVID era, you had a period where everybody was told to stay indoors and but there were very well connected clubs which were operating 24/7 and doing all this, and especially at night you could not sleep. We highlighted them, and things were sorted. Recently, even before thinking of becoming MC, I think last year, I was stopped at one of the malls by residents of a very high, high value residential, neighbor compound or gated community in Lavington. They just stopped me and told me that, there are these people who have just started building stalls next to our wall and what, and this is not allowed, and they have used the police more than 5 times. Police arrest, the guy leaves tomorrow, comes right back and go on building and say, can you help me stop this? And I say, I'm not the MCA, the MP, the women rep, the secretary. No, so you have these people, can you call them? Say, no, they are totally out of touch with us. If we try to call them, they say that we are not their voters, but we vote in their polling stations. Yeah. So what I did is that I went to the Nairobi County. I spoke to because I know there's a county admin, sub-county admin also. So I spoke to them, and the issues were solved within 3 days. And so they wonder, then the areas where these things should be solved from. So instead of going to the governor also, you have a sub-county admin there who is the representative of the governor, at the constituency level, and he's a very powerful person with an enforcement unit. He can help you solve some of these issues, which is bringing you a lot of problems. You think so? And when they were not solving it fast enough, the place I went to was on social media to ask that. I asked this thing yesterday. and it's not where I stay. But these people, when they meet me, they ask me. It means kweli ni mbaya.
Robert, there's something I don't understand. What was the problem with the kiosk building outside the walls? Is it that they were building on land that they should not have been building on?
Yeah.
Is it, what was the, if there was a nuisance factor, what was it?
In fact, the kiosk was not building. It was like building on the wall, because these people were building mbao, which was hanging on the wall. So it was.
They're using the wall as
an anchor for the kiosk. So the wall first had CCTV along the wall. Then it has electric fence, which these people just knew how to avoid. They were just putting the mbao, ensuring and hanging their clothes there. And you know, this is the mess which you have to control, because these people are looking for opportunity to sell their things, but they don't have spaces allocated to them. Then we also don't have standards for stalls. You know, this is like the issues I have with the vegetable market. Will a mama mboga outside your court in your middle class estate, can you buy mboga from them? Do you? Because sometimes the middle class would rather go to Chandarana or now from the supermarket Carrefour and so on and buy their mbogas and fruits there instead of buying from the mama mboga, who is a small operator, and you can build them up to be also a big operator, because you doubt the quality. When you hear that some people grow vegetable along the sewer lines and so on, you don't trust the quality. So you'd rather go with a big corporate who might have procured from somebody whom you know might be far off from the city and have the capacity to transport it to the city. So why don't we use the public health system, the public health officers, and also standardize the kind of stalls we want for vegetable, for fruits, vegetable, and also from these small operators, the small sellers. Somebody want to sell electronics, somebody want to sell clothes and so on. Why don't you have a standard? Why must they be mabati, mbao, nini? It doesn't look organized and it doesn't look clean. And also where they were building, it was along the wall is where people walk. So when they build those, then people have to walk on the road. Yeah, and you know, so there's no standards, and I think that's where we need to bring. Then we also control how many should we have in this area, because Kenyan market sometimes is copycat. You bring one fruit vendor here, then in 3 months you'll have 20 of them selling at the same price, procuring from the same seller. You know, so they are just selling for something to eat for the day.
You know, you've got to the heart of the matter, because the ward you want to represent is a mixed basket.
Yes.
How do you plan to balance this? Because clearly, from what I hear, the problem that those in gated communities have is not in living in the gated communities, but their neighbors who don't live in their gated community but live within the same neighborhood, and they're wishing to also eke a living just like the others. How do you plan to balance this?
This is why we have to bring the empowerment aspects. That we have to look on how to bring the people who are so down up to our level. If you have somebody in Kileleshwa, which is Mutangari, you know, Kileleshwa, Westlands and so on, some people have compounds with swimming pool the size of the Olympics, you know, the Olympic size swimming pool, while somebody in Waruku doesn't have a drop of water. Somebody in Waruku doesn't have totally no water. If you see people going up to Gatina to look for water with kibuyus, you know, in this city, then how do we ensure? If you have a school like Nairobi International School and Braeburn, people are paying up to 1 million or 2 million, while there's a free school, Kileleshwa Primary School, you don't pay a cent. These people cannot even afford uniform. How do we bring in the social sustainability fund? We talk to this corporate, we talk to these schools. Braeburn has never taken a pupil from the lower end of Kileleshwa, you see, to educate them up to that level. You know, these people also just want to live like you. You know, sometimes I tell the people in the slum that some people assume that umezoea shida. You saw when Baba was trying to do the slum upgrade project in Kibera, and these people moved from the mabati houses to the houses which were built with the help of the UN Habitat. So what happened is that they sold all those houses to the middle class and came back to mabati. You know, because these things were under tenant purchase schemes, because people assume wamezoea shida. In 2013, in fact, we elected a watchman, didn't spend a single cent in ODM, Upete, in Sarangombe, you know, and the first thing he did when he was elected is he went and built a Gorofa Matope house in the valley there. My friend, yeah? You know, this guy was just walking with Baba's banner. Mbele ni Baba, nyuma ni picha yake. Then ODM waived the nomination fees on them. So he was he ably went through. He didn't even have a bicycle. He walked all throughout the ward and got elected. People assume wamezoea shida. Yeah? When I was living in Majengo, one of the things which I encountered is that people going relieve themselves anyhow. And I used to complain, nikitoka Pumani High Rise, you're going to Gikomba Market, and you pass through katikati ya the mabati houses, and you ask yourself that, hey, wamama, lakini si mnaweza kufanya better, you can do better, you know. So they asked me one question, niambia kwamba, you think our kids are relieving themselves, you see our kids are relieving themselves anyhowly. As we see that our kids walishiba.
Wow.
Kuzoea shida. So how do we tell them that relieving, the benefits of not relieving yourself anyhowly? How do you prevent the waterborne and airborne diseases, from all these?
But Robert, you're discussing something that is beyond the purview of one MCA.
That's where when I go to campaign, I campaign that please elect for me a team. In Dagoretti North, we are 5. 1 Jubilee, 4 ODM. Kawangware is Jubilee, Eunice Mudhoni. Gatina is Kennedy Swaka Mwalimu, came from nowhere. This is one of the best stories you'll ever tell in Kenya. Kabiro, we have Clarence Mungo is going for, I think, the 3rd term. Kilimani, we have Moses Ogeto also going for the 3rd term. Yeah, so if you elect that team, it's very easy for us to negotiate some of these things. Then we also get a team from somewhere, Kasarani, Stare, Embakasi East, Embakasi Central, Embakasi South. If you bring this team, and we go and get the majority leadership in Nairobi, and the governor is from Azimio, then we tell the governor that you are elected to change lives, and this is what you have to do. Yeah, because we have a plan for the people of the city of Nairobi.
But the people that you're talking about, some may argue that they actually haven't had a plan. If someone is going in for the 3rd seat, what have they done in the first 2?
I think this thing starts from the way up there, and sometimes it's beyond the county governors. If you have the inspiration from the central government
Robert, I actually have to stop you there.
Yes.
Because if we start by giving the governor a free pass, that it's beyond him.
No, I'm not giving up. In fact, just listen to this statement so that you get it well.
Yes.
The inspiration to not do right start from up there. The governor might be wanting to do right. But if you have people who are becoming billionaires as MCAs and the governor can't arrest them, can't do anything to them, if they are allowed a pass and they are friends of the people who are more powerful than the governor, what will the governor do?
Robert, do you know any governor who's been in this city? Let's talk of this city today.
Yes.
Who has been able to give an account of all the monies they have received for this county and what they have done with it? Starting with, these are the plans we had, and this is how we have dealt with them in each and every ward that we have. Have you had any governor who's done that?
No, we've not had that.
No.
The two governors we have had have not been very inspirational.
Every county assembly that has been in place, they have budgets.
Yes.
They have plans.
Yes.
All these things that we're talking about that are intended to uplift the lives of people, they exist. Do we have even MCAs coming up and telling us the amount of money that was allocated to my ward for this is what we have done with it? What I'm trying to say is this. There is enough money to change the lives of people. You don't need to go to the national government.
No, you don't need that. Especially in Nairobi. If you go as per what we know now, Nairobi gets close to 72 billion from its own revenues. But they only declared less than 10 billion, 20 billion. So what they are getting another 24 billion
from the national
government. So this 24 billion they are getting now to boost on their earnings. But they are actually supposed to, if they are not going to spend the whole 72 billion, they are supposed to be loaning out the more money or giving out the more money to some money to the national government. And this is not happening because this money is being stolen.
We want you to come back.
Yes.
Okay. And we'd like to see if we can get other aspirants for the same ward and others in other wards in the city to come, so we get to understand what the people who want to go to the next county government are thinking. Okay. And we thank you very much for coming in this morning, Robert.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Asante.
Robert Alai is the ODM candidate for Kileleshwa Ward in Dagoretti North constituency, wants to join the next city county government as the MCA for Kileleshwa Ward. He's been telling us his plans and also just the vagaries of campaigns in this digital age. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Keep it here for more. In the next hour, we speak to a presidential candidate, Walter Mongare Nyambane. Good morning, it's 8 a.m.
Thank you so much.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. The Meru County government has shifted focus from infrastructure to social development with a view to uplifting the living standards of the residents. Addressing media, Governor Kiraitu Murungi said his government has in the past been concentrating on infrastructure development, but added the main focus at the moment is to empower the residents and in the process improve their economic status. Kiraitu spoke after receiving his clearance certificate from the Independent Election Boundaries Commission to seek re-election as the county boss. He said emphasis will be placed on the youth, women and people with disability. And former Kisumu Governor Jack Ranguma has called for peaceful campaigns devoid of violence as witnessed when Kisumu Central MP Fred Ouda was attacked during the launch of Governor Anyang' Nyong'o's gubernatorial campaign. Reacting to the incident, Ranguma said such violence being meted on politicians and their supporters is giving Kisumu a bad name. He said the growth of Kisumu will be pegged on its good name and constant violence will derail the process to develop the lakeside city. And the commissioning of 3 administration bases in Migori County has been hailed by residents as a welcome move to boost security and enhance service delivery to their residents. Migori County Commissioner Meru Mwangi presided over the commissioning of the Gokeheraka and Mait divisions in Kuria East Sub-County as well as Nakuru division in Kuria West Sub-County. State Department for Social Protection Principal Secretary Nelson Marwa said the newly unveiled divisions were earlier proposed by President Uhuru Kenyatta when he visited Kuria region back in 2017. The PS said that bringing administration near the citizenry will not only help locals but even help students in remote areas access other services like internet connectivity easily, especially when applying for education services. And police officers from Joro have arrested 4 suspects within Mauche Ward, Nakuru County and recovered 25 arrows. The arrest followed police investigations after a photo of the suspects wielding crude weapons was shared on a popular social media platform on May 25th. The National Police Service said the Njoro Sub-County Criminal Investigation Office is processing the suspects for arraignment. They appeal to the public to exercise caution when using social media to avoid spreading misinformation and disinformation. And the county government of Garissa, in a joint effort with the Islamic Relief Organization, has launched a 14-day mass vaccination of livestock in Fafi Township and parts of Balambala sub-counties. Early last month, a similar exercise was carried out in Lagdera sub-county, where over 150 cows, goats, sheep, camels and donkeys were inoculated. The county government collaborated with Save the Children organization. And a new study assessing the emerging extended producer responsibility framework in Kenya has been released. The study, dubbed Extended Producer Responsibility for Single-Use Plastics and Packaging Waste Streams, an assessment for Kenya by WWF Kenya, lauds Kenya's current efforts to take EPR forward, noting that the current approach is, if enacted, has the potential to significantly improve Kenya's waste management efficiencies. Following the in-depth analysis of the country's current waste management systems, the report identified challenges and gaps and proposed 13 recommendations on how to further advance the EPR systems and help solve the plastic crisis in Kenya. The African Development Bank and the United Cities and local governments have announced the launch of a new program to build the capacity of municipal chief financial officers across the continent. The Municipal CFO initiative was announced during the 9th Advisory Summit held recently in Kisumu, Kenya. The new initiative will enable cities to tap financial markets more effectively in order to fund their local infrastructure and development projects. There is a pressing need for city infrastructure to grow and expand to meet the demands of Africa's rapidly urbanizing cities. And the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention said it is aware of more than 700 cases of monkeypox globally, including 21 in the United States, with investigations now suggesting it is spreading inside the country. 16 of the first 17 cases were among people who identify as men who have sex with men, according to a new CDC report, and 14 were thought to be associated with travel. All patients are in recovery or have recovered, and no cases have been fatal. And the names of U.S. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers appeared on a hit list kept by a man accused of fatally shooting a retired Wisconsin judge. The Wisconsin Department of Justice says retired Judge John Roma was found dead in his home after the local sheriff's office received a call about an armed person and 2 shots fired in a township of New Lisbon residents. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
At a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic has built quite some on the Thika Superhighway. That accident that happened early in the morning is not helping matters, that's for sure. And we'll see that continue for some time through the morning. So keeping an eye on that, getting into the CBD will be just a tad difficult. All right, so what else are we looking at this morning? We're looking at the usual traffic coming off of Langata Road as well as Mombasa Road, then going towards the city centre. We'll keep an eye on that. We're also looking at traffic coming out of Westlands, then from Wayaki Way through to Ring Road Westlands and out towards Chiromo. That still continues. But again, nothing too crazy. We're going to keep an eye on things this morning. Let's talk Spice FM. KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not
7
down.
minutes after 8. Good morning.
This
How
is
are you
The
doing? Happy
Situation
Monday. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and also on YouTube and Facebook. We have a new guest in the studio, a presidential candidate. Before we introduce him, let's hear the day's proverb.
Yes.
From Muhoroni.
The proverb actually is from the Comoros.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the capital city of the Comoros is Moroni, not Muhoroni. Okay? So, Eric.
She's the same.
It is for people.
How
like
many of your neighbors in town would actually say Muhoron?
It's Moron.
Yeah, boss.
There are those who call it Mufron. I don't know where the F comes from.
Mufron. The Mufron.
Yes, I don't know where the F comes from, but
there's absolutely no way.
Well, it's in the same. Well, it's the same vein as a town in near Nakuru called El Bagon. And how do we call
Warufaga?
Yes. Now you tell me, where does the W come from and the F?
Waru. Where does Waru come from? Okay, the proverb.
Right. Where there are riches, thieves abound. If the riches are large, the thieves are big.
Where there are riches, thieves abound.
Okay.
If the riches are large, thieves are big.
Okay, let me just give it context.
Okay.
If you are in Murang'a and you grow avocados,
Avocado.
and there are many, there are very many people who want to steal your many
Avocados.
yes. So, ndio hiyo.
Ndio hiyo? Yeah. Because the story today is how thieves in Murang'a are actually getting into people's farms and stealing and harvesting avocado. 35 billion worth of avocado just going.
It's truly tragic.
When you have 1,000 of your fruit just picked, and the person who's stealing them goes and sells them for 3 bob. 3 shillings.
It's beyond
while
a
you could be
discount.
earning 25 shilling
For each
fruit.
By the way, is avocado a fruit or a vegetable?
Oh, God.
Eh?
Is it a fruit or a vegetable?
Avocado is a superfood.
Okay.
Hata ni nyama.
Let's take it like that.
Hata unaweza kwa mkate kama siagi. Kama blue band.
Blue band, ni nyama. Ni kila kitu. Ni roiko.
Mafuta.
Ni mafuta. Mafuta ya kujipaka, mafuta ya nywele,
chakula ya dogi,
chakula ya umbwa. It's everything. Superfood. Walter Mongare is one of the 5 presidential candidates who have so far been cleared by the IEBC for the August 9th presidential election. Okay? Who are the other 4? So we have Walter Mongare, number 1 on the list. Number 2 on the list? Wajakoya.
Yeah.
Number 3 on the list? William Ruto. Number 4?
Raila Odinga.
Raila. Number 5?
Wahiga.
Yes. Mwaure Wahiga.
In that order, right?
In that order,
On
yes.
the ballot and the announcement, right? Okay. Yeah. Come on,
If you didn't know, now you know. Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu kwenye kituo.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you on the show.
I'm privileged and humbled. The last time I was here, we were making a lot of noise. We are here now to speak presidential.
The last time you were here, you were working in the office of the president.
Yes.
This is where you got the bug.
Yes. It makes no sense for somebody to work in the office of the president, admire and things for 5 years, see where everything is, see where the doors are, see how work is done, and then you don't want to take up the responsibility. Yes.
Is this what drove you to this? Because very many people, even after we started circulating this promo and saying that you'll be coming to the studio, very many were asking, so what made Walter want to go for the presidency?
I think the answer is very, very simple. We continue to, we've become a whining and complaining country. And for the longest, we are pointing out what is not working. And everybody we're not happy. But no one seems to be taking a bold step to say, okay, fine. Okay, we can't be here and whine all the time and complain and call other names and become keyboard warriors. And we're not doing anything about it. And so I thought and I felt it's an opportunity for me to offer myself for those of us who are not happy with status quo, for those of us who are keen on making a difference from within and from the front and not the background.
It's very interesting that you say that because, oftentimes we say career is the composite of everything that you've done over time. So even before you started working in the office of the president, what you're most remembered for, in some levels, is the satirical approach you took towards government in the groups that you formed.
Okay.
Many would have seen that as fun, but there were messages that came out through a lot of the comedy that you did. And sometimes there was criticism of government, criticism of the things that were not going right in the country that you talk about now. Do you see this as an opportunity to right some of those wrongs that you made fun about? And I'm saying that because it was kind of a way to ease the pressure, which yourself, you've said many times.
Yes.
So now taking up a position that oftentimes you used comedy to bring out earlier in the same government, do you see that now as an opportunity to say, well, let's start to fix some of these things?
I would also want to, thank all those who supported us through our career and as we were growing up. the majority of the people subscribed to ridiculous, and thanks to Tony and KJ, who's a member of parliament for Dagoretti and I pray that he makes it back. And the many of you, Eric was there when we were growing up, when we were trying to do things differently. And that is also then the thinking then and the narrative that we had then. You can either go to the streets to change the government or to change things or to, get people to do the right thing, or you can use satire, you can use creative space, you can use your mind, you can use poetry, you can use music, you can use art to communicate without necessarily having to go to the road, without making noise or calling people names. And that's what we tried to do at that point. And I think that on its own has been a contributor to the journey that I continue to have. I'm not just Walter who's doing this on my own. I think I'm a sum total of everybody who supported me in the career space, in the comedy space, in the entertainment industry, and up to today. And the more than 50,000 guys who gave me signatures and their IDs as we were begging them to take those things to IBC. And I just wanted to tell Eric, we were the first candidature to be cleared within a record 5 minutes. Yes, and we were never told to go back.
Your first hit. You went the first time.
The first round, and that was it. And we believe this is the first time Umoja Summit Party is actually a 3-year-old party is fielding a presidential candidate. The rest of the candidates, majority of them are parties that have come together to try and make this happen. And so we pride ourselves as being Umoja Summit Party. Yes.
So with that, you think you're winning in the first round, Pia? Okay. Walter,
say no more.
When many people see you,
yes,
they of course remember Ridiculous. Then they also now remember Nyambane, the radio host, Nyambane, the musician, and they don't know anything else. What else have you done in your career?
I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question because I've done so many things. I don't know which ones are for radio, which ones are not.
Which ones add to this position that you're looking to serve in?
I would also like to add.
Yes.
Perhaps there's a journey that you've gone through to get here. Okay?
Yes.
What you started off with, what you thought, what you wanted to see done, and how it is the things you then did subsequently brought you to this sum total that you've referred to.
I call it the 7-second signature. I realized that every position I've served, there's a boss above me. And I have to convince them that this is the right thing to do. And it's the prerogative of that boss to decide whether they want to implement what I've told them or not. I worked as an advisor I worked at the state broadcaster, and I realized just how much resources the country has and parastatals have, but not optimized. For instance, the national broadcaster has assets. If we were to actually accumulate them and give them a value, runs into billions. But a state broadcaster, if you were to go there, the workers are complaining. And so those are the things that's the part of the journey I was looking at. Who has the power of the pen to make the 7-second signature to impact people positively? I realized if I'm not the MD, I can only be an advisor. I went to Kisii County. I was the advisor to the governor. We took the first 5 years to do institutional.
Let's just be clear for everybody. So at KBC, you were radio programs manager.
Yes, the head of radio.
You were the man in charge of all the radio stations.
Yes.
English, Swahili, vernacular.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was incidentally, if you allow me to expound on a few things, I went in when the corporation had 3 active frequencies. In 2 years, I had about 13 active frequencies. And I was very proud of myself, and that's what they have today. It just shows you how, if you are willing to change some things, you can. I went in an environment where people are saying a radio station takes about 70 million to be put up. I'd come from private sector where a radio station can actually be put up by 7 million, the biggest budget being on the transmitter. So why would you say that a radio station is 70 million? to set up. I don't think if I look at your sophisticated items here, even if I was to do the sum total, hamjafika kama 17 to 20 million. Lakini sasa kuna hamjafika hapo. Mko prudent in expenditure. So
then you became advisor to Kisii governor.
Yes, and the first 5 years, don't laugh too much. The first 5 years
we've just been called a pauper radio station.
When I become president, I'll remember you. I will donate some equipment. Mzinipunguzie hewa. We can be here until 9. Thanks. So at Kisii County, and any governor today, the first 5 years, no governor can pride themselves in having done a fantastic job or fixed the counties, because it was a new phenomenon. And therefore, the first 5 years, we took time to do what you call the institutional framework, getting the counties to have a structure by which they can operate. It's the second phase of the devolution governance that things begin to take shape.
Which, can I disagree with you just slightly?
Yeah, you can have an opinion.
The view that you have explains what many people who are in that space of governorship have said. But then there are those who also argue that those 5 years, especially when you have something new, that is the opportunity that you normally have to make the hugest strides you possibly can, because it's like being given a blank slate.
Yeah.
And it's you who more or less determines which step to take and in the direction you want to take it. And the second term, as you refer to it, then is now solidify.
Yes.
Not start, to solidify what you started. Just a little perspective.
And we're on the same page, by the way. When we talk about institutional framework, it doesn't mean that things are not happening. It's just to realize that majority of the counties inherited the workforce that was in the municipalities, and that meant that much of the money that went to the counties was for wages, as opposed to development. Nothing big exponential that would have taken place. And I'm not saying that some counties were not successful. Some counties were successful of those governors that came from public service, because they were easy to keep going. And that is one of the things that I pride myself in. I'm not going in as a president, as a rookie. I've had the privilege of serving in positions not of the second signature that I was talking about, but at least
advisory role. So you played an advisory role in the Kisii County government. Yes. You also worked in Nairobi.
Yes, with Evans Kidero, who I hope he makes it for Homa Bay County. He wants to run for governor. Is he been up?
He's been cleared.
He's been cleared. Yeah, okay. All the best. That was my boss for about 4 years before I went into State House.
So in this second term, you've worked in now the national government.
Yes.
Working in the office of the president.
Yes.
Again, advising the 7th signature person.
Yes.
Okay, so what has advice? what has your advice given us? Tumekula nini sababu ya advice yako?
And that's exactly why we are here. And I would always say this: the Kibaki, for instance, had a very successful run. We all remember him. Majority of us will remember him for the road, Thika Road. But if you look keenly, he's one of the few administrators and economists who improved the civil service and service delivery, which was the biggest output as opposed to the road that we see. So when it comes to advisory and processes of government, some advisory may take up to 4 to 5 years for you to feel the effect. A decision that you make, for instance, the expressway, which we've used to get here in a record 5 minutes from Westlands, it has taken longer before you could see it. And so some of the advisories that we would give would have a long-term impact as opposed to a quick fix kind of thing. One of the things that I can pride myself in is the inclusion and mainstreaming of the youth agenda in majority of the ministries. Because before the last time we had a youth policy was at the 2010 handover and changeover. So since 2010, Up to 2017, we had not had a revised youth policy. So together with the sector that is involved with the youth affairs, that's the Ministry of Youth, with the advisory office of the president, we went out to make sure that we have a refreshed policy for the youth that is all-inclusive, that has every voice in there, in order for us to have a systematic way of solving the youth agenda. Yeah, so I'm proud of that. There's that youth policy that now is in place that we can use as a template. The inclusion of young people in the ministries as CASs, as you can see, and I would always say sometimes some of these things you require proof. I might need to print my email that catalyzed a certain process for you to see. But the overall effect of the collective responsibility that we all have in different portfolios of government is what now gives you a result.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to get the hard-hitting questions, and you're going to get the opinions. And so then one of the ones that stands out then is, if you've been involved in these processes whereby the little details come together to make and form this big idea, and you want to move on to the next step, the question is, why choose this seat of president to go after? Why not continue on? If your interest then lies in making sure the little pieces come together, why not pick another seat? Why pick this one?
The country is governed under a very clear structure of the CEO of a country. This institution that you have here, the buck stops with the CEO. When I talk about the 7-second signature, is I want to have the authority to change and impact people's lives. That means I don't want to be the one to advise. I want to be the one to be advised. And on top of that, it's because I believe at my 47 years of age, I have 13 years of active service to the country before we retire, because we talk about retirement at 60, but we still want to vote in presidents who are 82. I don't understand us. And so therefore I want to give service when I'm active in society. I want to be the guy who is responsible for the millions of people out here, who makes the final decision, because the buck stops with me. So that's why I talk about having the desire to be the top guy who makes the final decision on something that needs to happen. And I think I've got the guts to do that.
Okay, then you have to...
Your questions are very hard. Can you ask me a question? His questions are easy. I'm just joking.
Since you asked him a question.
Okay.
He asked for it. Let's all remember.
Okay. Don't fish the hand.
No, it's a simple and straightforward question, and very easy to respond to. You've talked about policy. It's what's enshrined in paper. It's what everybody knows ought to be the guiding star when we are going about our business in government. But policy doesn't run on its own. Yes, you have a civil service, you have a leadership within the civil service, and then in this country you have a political class who, if I'm to go by everything we say and hear and read, influence everything. Now, if you get this high seat in the land...
When?
If and when you get the highest seat in the land...
Thank you, sir.
How exactly do you plan to position yourself with the political class? And this is the background from which I want you to consider. Umoja Summit Party, a new party, a brave party, a bold party, you will have representatives in parliament, you will have representatives in the county assemblies. The other bigger parties will have a bigger say in parliament. Because bigger parties they are big because they have many members within the hallowed halls of parliament. Now, in such a situation, how do you manage that political position when you know full well that, yes, you are head of the executive, but you have a legislative arm where you don't have that much might?
Well, that's not a headache for just Walter Mongare, but it's a headache for all of us, including those who pride themselves to have numbers. If truly and thanks for that guidance in the sense that there's the executive, there's the policies that we make then need to be supported by the laws, by the parliamentarians that support those policies to be implemented. One thing I know, as a young party, and I pride myself as an interesting young party that has more than 182 what you can call candidates out there for different levels of civic seats. I know, and I've seen what we call coalition governments. I know the reason why all of us sit together and come together for a common cause, why Uhuru Kenyatta will sit down and galvanize numbers of ODM and put them together with Jubilees for purposes of creating all those numbers. I think we want to shatter the norm that we think should be driving the narrative, in the sense that, first, let me make to the CEO of this country. Two, let me collaborate. Because development is collaborative. It's not about my party and a six-piece suit that is going to make a difference. It's how collaboratively we work. It's how I harness the value of representation of the people at Parliament as a president, as a CEO, in order for us to advance the agenda of development. So I look forward to having what you call post-election coalitions with the rest of the parties that may have numbers in Parliament. And I want to believe it's not about my agenda, it's about a collective agenda for this country. So I'm looking forward to partnering with the rest of the parties once we cross that bridge and get to power.
Let's take a break. It's 8:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on YouTube and on Facebook. This morning we are hosting Walter Mongare Nyambane. He is the presidential candidate under Umoja Summit Party. He's here to tell us exactly why he has chosen to go for this particular top seat and his vision for the country. We'll be back shortly after we take a look at the weather forecast and traffic situation. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, have you heard about Mbuzi24.com?
Mbuzi what? No! What is it?
Mbuzi24.com delivers farm fresh products such as meat, cheese, eggs, herbs, and more straight to your door. Fresh and reasonably priced. And imagine, it's free delivery.
Mbuzi24.com. Farm fresh food. Order now and get free delivery in Nairobi. Goat meat only 545 Kenya shillings per kilogram.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot
Cloudy conditions
progress.
in Nairobi this morning at 17. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. It's sunny in Nakuru at 16, highs of 25 and lows of 14, and mostly cloudy conditions at 18 in Nyeri. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. We're looking at rainy conditions in Mombasa at 23, highs of 25 and lows of 22, while in Malindi it's raining at 24, going to highs of just that and lows of 23. Mostly sunny at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18, while we're looking at Kakamega, and it's sunny at 16, highs of 26 and lows of 14. 21 degrees and sunny in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 23, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 22. 6 degrees and sunny in Joburg, highs of 18 and lows of 5, while it's raining in Lagos at 24, it'll go to highs of 30. 32 will be the high in a sunny Kinshasa at 22, we'll see lows of 21. All right, so you're being
your
told if
life.
you're not left off Kiambu Road this morning, you might want to wait until the drama that's happening there is over. We're looking at jam-packed as well on the Thika Superhighway. And so a lot of traffic that's connecting from Thika Road today is absolutely crazy. We're looking at well into Kiambu County today. Just take a look at Kiambu Road today, and it's going well past Ridgeways. Bumper to bumper, in and outbound traffic is not fun right now. Looking at the other side of things, coming off Limuru Road as well, really crazy. The UN Avenue then coming through to Limuru Road also is quite a mess. Traffic hour probably started half hour late and confused a lot of folks this morning, but it's in the throes of it right now. Jogo Road, not too bad. We're still looking at traffic developing there. Mombasa Road is clear and free through to at least Uhuru Highway at the roundabout, and then it gets crazy thereafter. All right, in traffic hour, let's see what's happening in about half hour or so. Tell us what's going on with you. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
25 minutes to 9.
Mornings done right.
Continues. CT Muga, Ndu Okoh, Eric Latiff, and Umoja Summit Party presidential candidate Walter Mongare, Nyambane. Walter, who's your running mate, by the way?
My running mate is a 52-year-old beautiful Taita woman. Her name is Rachel Wali Dora Mwakazi.
Rachel Wali Dora Mwakazi.
Yes.
What's her background?
She's a philanthropist, and she's a diaspora. Do you call them diasporian or something? Is there a word like that?
She's diasporis.
We can make it.
Yeah. And so as Umoja Summit Party, we said, we've always been having these conversations of diaspora. How do we, give our brothers and sisters who we send out there to go and get expertise and exposure and come back and support us. And we seem to look at the diaspora from the money that they send, which is for subsistence, not necessarily development. So I thought, why don't we work with one? And I liked what the president said the other day, and I think he was talking about us, that it's time for us to give women a chance. And I thought he was talking about us. Yes. Yeah.
So is she back, or will she be like the West Pokot deputy governor?
She's back in the country.
Deputy president in absentia.
And she runs in the previous, her professional space. She has a number of NGOs and activities that she's been working on in the coastal region. And so that's what we want to upscale.
Okay.
Yeah, to the rest of the country.
Okay, so I want to ask you now the reality of things, okay? You said you have Umoja Summit Party has 182 candidates.
Yes.
Spread across how many counties?
Across the country.
And are they for all the seats, governor, MP, senator, woman rep, MCA?
Majority of them are MCAs. We have about 3 senators. We have 1 governor, 1.
Okay.
MPs, I will give the exact number, but the bulk is the MCAs and MPs. Yes.
And the bulk is which counties?
Most of them, we have a lot of coastal representation, and maybe it's because the party has roots from the coastal space and a bit from here in Nairobi. We have actually about 6 MCAs in Nairobi.
Okay.
And for a young party, that we pride ourselves in that.
Doing well.
And we've got even as far as West Pokot, we've got representatives in the county assembly.
You have candidates there.
Yes.
Now, the law requires that for you to be declared winner of this presidential election, you must garner at least 25% in 24 counties.
Yes.
And then now we start looking at the total number of votes that you've garnered.
Yes.
50% plus 1 of all valid votes cast. You must have worked out your numbers. Let's ask you from the numbers. How many people are you targeting, are you expecting are going to participate in this year's election?
Looking at the previous experiences, we have up to 75 or to 80% turnout in total when it comes to voters. we have the numbers will be gazetted or given will be given a clear direction by IBC by the 9th when they finish the audit to know exactly how many voters are eligible to vote. So from the speculated 24 million, you see a possible turnout of 18 million.
Okay.
Yes.
So from 18 million, you need to get at least 9 million voters.
Yes.
Voting for Walter Mongare.
Very
And of
optimistic.
those, you need to have 25% in 24 counties.
Yes.
If you don't even have candidates in 24 counties,
Yes.
how are you going to get 25% of the votes cast in 24 counties? What's his strategy? Let's be realistic here. Walter.
Well, reality is I'm going for the top seat, and people don't vote because they belong to your party. Kenyans vote for a CEO depending on the issues that you have articulated in a platform like the one you've given me, for them to make an informed choice and choose a leader. And therefore, I'm selling myself to the country, not necessarily because of political spread of my party. And therefore, the same way we went out there and we sold ourselves when Chebukati asked us to get 48,000 signatures from a majority of the 24 counties, we ended up having support from 26 counties. So I want to believe it's not so much about the political party agenda, but the issue that we are going to sell as a presidency, as a regime that wants to come on to give service to the public.
So then let's look at what that is, because then I think it's just as critical as the numbers. The numbers, all important numbers, but at the same time, the policy or the issues are just as important. What is your vision? What are you saying? This is the thing. This is the very crux of the matter that needs to be handled for Kenya today. What resonates in your mind, or what have you planned out to say, look, in my presidency, this is what I am going to focus on?
I will have an opportunity to launch my manifesto in a bigger way and everything else. But this is a nice chance for me to articulate some of the directions. One, I don't work in isolation. I'm a collector, as I said earlier. It takes all of us to give a direction. I'm just the captain of a great team out there, the people who work behind me, who give me insights and ideas. And so the vision of the country is, from my lens and as a team captain, is a country that is self-sustained. In the sense that I think we have enough policies and enough interventions, and we have a huge human capital in this country that we could change our economic status in a very short while. And therefore, from my end and from where I sit, with all those policies, and we want to give credit to all those who have sustained the country to where it is. And maybe it's time for them, and not maybe, it's actually time for them to hand over the baton to the rest of us. So looking at one, a country that is self-sustained, making use of the human capital that we have effectively. I look at multinationals coming into our country, and people think it's because, we have a good environment, economic environment for people to thrive. No, I don't think so. I think they come for our young people. They come for our workforce. They come for our intelligence. They come for the abilities that we've got to do things. So how about creating the future work of this country? How about utilizing our human capital that we have and optimize it for the betterment of the country? So among other things, which, the others that would be, offshoot, we don't pride ourselves in having 75 items on our checklist, because more often than not, you have big four agenda and you have one that seems to be struggling or one that seems to be coming through. So we want to pride ourselves in taking first the reality check, as you said. What are those things that we need to fix as a party or as a country, and focusing on our young people and enhancing all the intervention that we have, and give it a goodwill, because we believe it's a goodwill that lacks in this country, political goodwill, to fix some of the things.
So how exactly will you do that? So, you're talking about harnessing our human capital and all. Are you starting it from the education side, or are you starting it from post-education and getting into the job market. I'm not understanding how the very many people who are graduating from our universities and colleges every year and have no jobs, how you are connecting with them and telling them this is the future.
Thanks, Eric. One thing that we all must, we all must agree is that we need to define work and job.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything that COVID has taught me and taught us, we all knew that a job is 8 to 5. You report at work at 8 and you leave at 5, and you've got a consistent pay at the end of the month. And then COVID hit us, and then we realized we can actually work from home. Then we realized that we can maximize on technology and still have output. And so we've been asking ourselves at Umoja, is it work that we want to enhance the future work of this country for our young people, or is it jobs? And I think there's plenty of work. It's the way we have defined it. And so we hope to redefine the workspace and what you call a job. The other thing that, as we said earlier, when we have interventions and we're looking at our young people, and I'm saying we are churning out many people from the colleges, I want to ask this question. How many skilled people do we have to give us actual output? We spend more time pumping the past education in our young people into their heads for a future job that does not exist. For the longest time, we were having accountants, and accounting was a very good job. My late dad, and God rest his soul, eternal peace, my dad felt that I needed to get a job. And even when I was successful in my career as a creative and as a talent, but he wanted me to get a job. So he would have a conversation with me from a perspective of, sasa utapata kazi siku gani? Why? Because it has been painted that you have to be an accountant, you've got to be a lawyer, and in fact you guys are just presenters. That's what they call you. You're just presenters. Yani kuweka tu microphone hivi uongee. That's the perception that we must begin to change when it comes to work and job. Majority of the young people we've churned from our schools and our colleges are actually going into reskilling in order for them to fit in the work market, in the workspace. So if that be the case, then my government needs to think from the beginning that, number one, I need to focus on first engage with engage with young people to look at what is the work future looking like. Talk about the financial market that we are all, trying to get our young people to work in the digital space, technology taking shape and everything else. But we still have people who are saying, let's go and do secretarial school. So first, the education is going to be key in our agenda in the manner that we do it. But as we do that, what is the space of technology in education? Health is going to be huge in our portfolio and in our vision, and in the sense that we don't want to tell you that go and get an HIF. I think I want a situation in a country where when you walk into a hospital, the first thing they do is attend on you and attend to you, then ask you questions later. Today, you want to take your mother or your sister or your cousin or yourself to a hospital. The hospital will ask you for a deposit even before they see you. If that is a country that we have right now of people looking at the money, the economic value of a patient before the treatment, I think that we have a conversation and we have things to do. So what is the space of technology in all this? And so, as I said earlier, it's a question of having a smart government, wanting to think differently, giving technology a space for it to thrive in everything that we do. So the people you are talking about that are jobless, I begin to question statistics. When we talk about majority of Kenyans are employed, do we have the actual data? How do we use that data to define? This is what I've learned being in the youth docket the last 5 years. That yes, first we don't have an economy that is creating enough jobs for the number of people that are graduating. So that equation is messed up. Number two, what is the quality of those we are churning from our schools to fit in the workspace? Majority of the companies have ended up reskilling. They first employ you to reskill you for you to be able to deliver. And so how many of these young people are employable? How many needs reskilling? What kind of jobs do we need? So we don't use statistics. I think we're very sensational when it comes to talking about employment, talking about unemployment.
Are you saying that we don't have a way of actually collecting this data?
We have what
Are we saying we don't have the data?
We have what I call in my space engineered data to suit certain narrative.
Actually, Kenya National Bureau
Remember,
of Statistics.
this man worked in the presidency.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's perfectly
So he's
all right.
basically saying that in OP, working in charge of youth and advising on the youth agenda, he did not have tangible data.
I'm going to ask
with
the
which he was
question.
advising the president.
You're telling me
on
that
the policies
All
for the
that's
youth.
paraphrased, but ask.
all the
Thanks.
data that Kenya National Bureau of Statistics churn out, because I'm a consumer of their output, and there is hardly anything that goes on in this country that Kenya National Bureau of Statistics don't capture in one way or the other if you know how to look for it. Even the data that we are speaking of. So are we saying that the data that is churned out by the National Bureau of Statistics is something that we cannot rely on?
I said, number one, we are not making use of the data in making the decisions. That was my first statement. Number two, I also indicated that data has been manipulated to suit a certain need. There are people who will tell you we have 75% unemployment rate to make it sensational. But when you actually analyze the data that you're talking about that is available, it doesn't paint that gloomy picture. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a government and a goodwill that we have data that we don't make use of. We have data that we are not utilizing to make informed decisions. Yes.
Then we're on the same page there.
Yes.
Now, let me go to the second matter that I wanted to raise with you. You gave the example of health, and it got my mind working because it's a devolved function. Now, how are we going to ensure that the things you say are done? Because I haven't heard you mention you're focusing on the county system of government. I argue this because the vast majority of the population in this country are actually in our counties. So, if the focus of everything that you say doesn't have a focus on the county and the special niches that each and every of our county represents, say for instance the blue economy in places like the coastal economy counties or the lake region counties, how then will we achieve this very thing, this tenuous position that you're referring to, if we do not have a greater focus on the county governments?
It doesn't mean that we don't have a greater focus on the county. I think as Walter Mongare, as your presidential candidate and as your president, I want to believe that the country's policies and the policy framework lies in the presidency. The county governments then begin to be a subnational that then cascade that national policy onto the county level. That's what I want to believe. And that is why collaborative approach to governance becomes very critical. It doesn't mean as Umoja Party, the fact that we don't have governors out there, we are ignoring the value that we've gained, which is the county government. I worked in 2 county governments, and therefore I want to believe and I want to trust that I've worked there because I believe in it and I believe the value that it brings. So in our agenda, we still have a very effective framework of collaborative working with the county governments, with whichever party that makes it to the ballot and to the hearts of the Kenyans. And those will be given an opportunity to serve as governors. And I am their president. We will sit down and have a very clear working relationship with the county government.
I want us to take a quick break because we want to say goodbye to the audience on KTN Home who've been with us since the top of the hour. The conversations, however, continue on SpiceFM around the country and around the globe. Also, we are on SpiceFM KE on YouTube and Facebook. Walter Mongare is a presidential candidate for this election, running under the Umoja Summit Party. Our frequencies around the country: Nairobi, it's 94.4, Nakuru, 96.0, Nyeri, 90.9, Kisumu, 102.5, 97.7 in Malindi, and Mombasa, 87.9, Eldoret, 96.7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
A year or the last couple of years when the economy of the country is in the doldrums, right? Debt is through the roof. Many people cannot afford to live life in Kenya. And then we also have many promises coming from many presidential aspirants talking about what they're going to do to be the economic messiah of the country. Call it whatever you like. But it is an important factor that today Kenyans are looking for the one who is going to come essentially and lead Kenya out of this economic problem. People cannot afford to eat. People cannot afford to send their children to school. People cannot afford healthcare. I mean, across the board. It is an issue. How would you look at it from where you are?
When it comes to matters to do with the debt, hakuna serikali ambayo ama hakuna mtu anaweza fanya exponential development bila deni. So let's not kid ourselves that we have a problem with debt. What we need to have is a management of those debts, taking cheaper loans, negotiating for cheaper loans, having a very systematic way of, paying off those debts. Right now as we speak, Eric and City, and we pay debts of 1960s that we were never there. We were never involved when those debts were taken. And so it's important for us not to run away from the fact that we have a debt, and we will continue to have debts if we have to develop as a country. I want to believe that the tax system at the moment may not, be service our development agenda for the country, and therefore it's good to borrow. It's how we manage, it's how we utilize our resources, and I guess the biggest challenge we have is not being unable to service those loans. I think we have financial leakages in our systems. That is what we call corruption, and we need to. That's one of the things that we need to seal. And I find corruption an environment where we want to digitize our processes. We want to use technology to safeguard our processes, but then we fall back to manual because we need then to have financial leakages. So I want to believe we borrow much of the money in the past, and I'm not here to call names or blame anyone. I'm here to sell the future value of Umoja Summit Party and the presidency of Walter Mongare. So the challenges that the past regimes have had, those are their challenges. But I want to believe that we can seal the financial leakages that lead us to bleeding that you're talking about.
How can we deal with this corruption? Even President Uhuru Kenyatta has said the next administration, the biggest thing that it ought to do is finally deal with this corruption.
The truth of the matter is, Eric, we need to have real conversations. We need, in order for us to fix a problem, then we need to define that problem. We need to put a finger on that problem. When we talk about corruption, who exactly are we calling corrupt? Is it the government official who's giving you service, or is the citizen who wants service? So for me, and as for Umoja Summit, the first thing I want to do is really define or redefine what we call corruption in order for us to have a systematic way of dealing with it. I want to believe this. And indulge me, please, if you allow. I've seen in other governments what I can almost call institutionalized corruption, in the sense that in America we have something on the net that they call finder's fee, which is a certain figure for any project that any citizen would undertake, whether you're a government official or private citizen, and you have a finder's fee, a commission for a project that you have. In our corporate culture here, you have salespeople who you incentivize when they bring in a big check in terms of commissions. So when it comes to government officials who, for whatever reason, work so hard on a project and puts a project together, and probably 1% or whatever percentage seems to be going to their pocket, we call that corruption. We call that stealing. So as I have this conversation with us, I'm persuaded to start to think, if systems work, if resources are prudently applied and discharged, personally as a president, I can allow for a minus or plus 2% of financial leakage in any process. And that's being realistic. Instead of saying that as Walter Mongare, I'm going to kill people who are engaged in corruption, or I'm going to throw somebody in jail, the reality that I must ask myself, what are those things that lead us to be involved in corrupt matters? 2, I don't think corruption is an economic crime. It's a lack of values and societal values.
So it's an ethical crime.
It's an ethical crime, because I've seen people who want their passport. They will come and bribe their way to get their passport. The government officer will take the money because, you initiated the need. You offered that. So the way my system and my government will do it is, let me make it very easy. You want a passport in 10 hours? I will charge you 10,000. And you paid the government.
So there is an express lane.
There's an express lane for that.
for services.
And out of that 10,000, sorry, let me just finish that thought.
We've got to get to the news, and that's why I'm cutting you short.
Okay.
So we get to the news. Stay on for about an extra 15 minutes into the next hour.
You've given me 15 minutes. That's okay.
Sound.
Thank you.
Okay. Keep it here for more. Walter Mongare with us in the studio. It's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Presidential aspirants Jimmy Wanjigi of Safina Party independent candidate Eliud Muthiora and Ford Seal flag bearer Nyeri Kathango will appear before the electoral body IEBC at the Bomas as the final day for clearing presidential candidates enters. Thus far, IEBC has cleared 5 candidates, among them Raila Odinga of Azimio, William Ruto of UDA, Professor Jojo Jakoya of the Roots Party, Walter Mongare of the Summit Party, and David More of Agano Party. These as Thirdway Alliance presidential aspirant Okoh is expected to file a petition in court to protest his disqualification from the presidential race after failing to submit all the documents required by the electoral body.
We are going to court. Our paperwork is ready, and I think maybe we had premonition that they will behave this way.
The IBC has so far verified supporters to propose constitutional amendments without the identification documents. Why is there a higher threshold for 48,000 supporters to a presidential aspirant than supporters to the said proposed referendum?
IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, however, maintained that the requirements are anchored in law and that every presidential aspirant must adhere to the requirements.
My decision is your application is rejected, Mr. Okoh, and that's my decision. The issue of Regulation 18, which provides for supporters and IDs to be attached, is a legal requirement. Now, that issue was litigated in court, and the court made a decision on it. All the candidates, aspirants who have come here have provided copies of IDs for supporters, except you.
A 3-judge bench is today expected to make a ruling on whether former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko should be approved by the electoral agency to run for the Mombasa governorship position. The panel was appointed by Chief Justice Martha Koome and ordered that all the 4 cases filed against Sonko's candidature be consolidated into one and be heard by the bench. Saturday, the IEBC announced that it was barring Sonko from running for office on August 9th due to the fact that he was impeached from office as Nairobi governor. Sonko, however, opposed the decision, urging Chebukati to allow the court to pronounce itself on the matter. Since announcing that he will be running for gubernatorial position in Mombasa, the journey has not been smooth for Sonko. These as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission submitted names of individuals, Sonko included, requesting that they be barred from running for public office. And the battle lines for the Kilifi gubernatorial seat has been drawn after the Independent Electoral Bodies Commission cleared 2 candidates, setting the stage for grueling campaigns pitting supporters of the main political formations Kenya Kwanza and Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Former Chief Administrative Secretary Gideon Mongare and Malindi Member of Parliament Aisha Juma got IEBC nod at the Kenya Red Cross Society offices in Malindi town, where they presented their nomination papers alongside their running mates. Mongare will fly the Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket, while Juma is seeking the highly coveted seat in the county through Deputy President William Ruto's United Democratic Alliance. Speaking after being cleared, Mongare allayed fears that the 2022 general election will be rigged as claimed by the Kenya Kwanza politicians. This as Juma expressed joy after being cleared despite facing murder and corruption charges in different law courts in Mombasa. She said her competitors were praying that she isn't clear to vie and warn them of a fierce political battle, while at the same time called for peaceful campaigns. Kenyan-Italian Franco Esposito alias Casoso Abaya did not get clearance after his running mate failed to present a crucial document. Esposito, who is running as an independent candidate, is expected to be cleared today. Lawyer George Kithi of the Pamoja Africa Alliance and his running mate Athman Saif Mohammed are also expected to present their papers for clearance. And the Ministry of Health is planning to vaccinate over 800,000 students who sought for the 2021 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education before they join university in July. Students have been encouraged to get COVID-19 vaccinations in order to prevent the virus from spreading in universities and colleges. According to Health Principal Secretary Susan Mochacha, the ministry is focusing on the young adult population as they wait to be admitted to their respective institutions. And the Kenya Meteorological Department says the onset of the cold weather season of June, July to August has begun. In a statement signed by the Director of Meteorological Services, David Gekongo, the weatherman says most areas in the highlands east of the Rift Valley, including Nairobi County, will experience low temperatures. Gekongo notes that prolonged hours of overcast skies due to cloudy conditions are expected to result into cold and chilly conditions. The weatherman further warns that respiratory diseases like asthma, pneumonia, flu, and the common cold are likely to increase over areas in which temperatures are expected to drop. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, getting better and better in some of these streets. The Thika Superhighway is still doing the thing, but now we're just looking at past the Utali Drift. Kiambu Road is not looking pretty at all. We're still looking at that heavy traffic in and outbound coming off of Ridgeways, and this is traffic spilling over from the northern bypass. So we'll just keep an eye on things there. We're also looking at it coming out of Westlands. Still a bit heavy, especially coming off James Gishuru onto Wayaki Way this morning. Mombasa Road, not a problem. The Eastern Bypass, a little bit better. I'm looking at Outer Ring, that traffic, which was an issue earlier, but better now. Let's keep an eye on things through the morning, guys. Half an hour or so, let's see what it looks like then. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
7:09.
Room,
Good morning.
the only
Welcome
way
to the
start
final hour
your
of Kenya's
day.
biggest conversation. Happy Monday. We are live on Spice FM and YouTube and Facebook and www.spicefm.co.ke. CT has the day's proverb.
Where there are riches, thieves abound. If the riches are large, the thieves are big.
So if we make more money in this country, there'll be more thieves.
Actually, I would look. Yes,
does that mean
the thinking is correct? But I would look at it this way: the reason why there are so many thieves in this country is because there is a lot of money.
Yes.
Yes.
A 3 trillion shilling budget, surely.
Yes.
A 13 trillion shilling economy, and you expect to have small-time thieves.
We have big-time thieves. In fact, the proof of this particular pudding is that, despite all the pillaging, the country hasn't ground to its knees.
Yeah. I'm reminded of somebody who said in City Hall that City Hall is for lack of a better word, is like prostitution. It has been here for ages. So come and do your work and go and let it be. Don't own it. Don't try to own it. So I
don't try to change it.
Yeah, don't just leave it.
So Walter,
yes, sir.
You're saying your presidency will fight corruption by embracing corruption?
No. I like you because you try and sensationalize what I said so that I'm out of context. But thank you, Eric. This is what it is. Make systems work. If you need an accelerated process, give you an opportunity for an accelerated process. The reason why people, like those who want public services, the reason why they bribe their way up, it's because they want to cut short the time for waiting. So if I make sure that as a government that you're getting services at the time that you need to get, then I've already cut down what I need to cut
Where
down.
do you draw the line? I can see that in the basic services of humans, Kenyan citizens seeking services. I want an ID. I apply for an ID. I know it's going to take 21 days. If I want it in 10 days, then I pay an extra amount for me to get it in 10 days. Where do you draw the line? I want to invest in this country.
Yes.
And I know, because this is what happens. We hear government officials ask for 20% kickback.
Yeah.
So where do you draw the line? You want this thing to be taken to be on the top of the file when the cabinet is discussing it.
Yes.
Then you pay the 20% kickback. So are you not just encouraging the same problem we've been having?
I guess it's a question of the a buyer, a seller and a buyer kind of situation, willing buyer, willing seller. I want to look at it this way. If it's a mega project, if the rest of the world incentivizes mega projects as a finder's fee, I would have provision for that, so that I don't have to have my officers, my civil service, trying to cut deals to expedite a process. But I want them to know that at the end of the project, they are also commissioned, they are also incentivized, they are also appreciated for the good work they would have done. So why would any civil servant take a bribe when they know at the end of the financial year
you're going to get something anyway?
And I guess that takes me back to the days of Moi, and this just on a lighter note. City,
yes.
Do you remember there's a time we could pick money on the road? You could get like a 500, you could get 100, and then all of a sudden that kind of thing dried. Simply, I realized that resources were flowing. And when resources flow, everybody's happy. And when everybody's happy, then we don't have a challenge. So for me, as I said, have incentivized processes to mega project for my officers. Let them benefit from the decisions they're making collectively, not as an individual. If it's happening elsewhere in the world, I will do the same.
Our challenge, though, Walter, is that we've become a very individualized society. All right? So when you see people cutting those deals, budgeted corruption, as we've come to know it, at the point of making a budget and allocating funds to certain projects, infrastructure projects, people have already cut deals and they know this is what the project that's going to come in. It's worth 5 billion shillings, but we're going to budget 15 billion shillings for it, so that we ate the 10 billion shillings. If you start saying that now let's share this cake among everybody who's working in this office, you think the person who has the pen, like you said, is going to want to share.
That's why I have the pen. That's why I want to have the pen as the CEO of this country. Legislate some of these processes, put them in a policy framework, incentivize people on a scheme just like it is. It's very simple. Put it in written and allow people to benefit from the great ideas they're giving as the civil service. I don't see why the equivalent of a government communication person is earning a quarter of what the corporate person is earning. I want my government or communication officer to be competitively compensated for his work or her work. And therefore, that's one way of cutting what you call,
It's odd you should say what you're saying, because when we got independence, that period of the first presidency of Jomo Kenyatta, the place to work in was the civil service, not the private sector.
Exactly.
Because people even left the private sector to go and work in the public sector, because the very things that the private sector represents now was in the public sector.
It was the public sector, which we will bring back, and which I will be more than glad to do that and spearhead.
So it isn't something that we haven't. Remember, we had a president sitting exactly where Walter is sitting, president of Estonia.
Yes.
In that country, the civil service and the private sector, no difference in pay. I mean, it's not as though you're going to gain more, you're going to be better remunerated.
Yeah.
So there are ways of incentivizing people, but my concern here is, how do we get rid of the greed that has become part and parcel of the way we do business in Kenya?
We must give ourselves a chance by killing what you call status quo. To me, that is where everything begins and ends. If we don't give ourselves a chance, if we're going to judge ourselves based on people's mistakes and past, it becomes a challenge.
It does, but how do we get rid of it? Because I'm asking a realistic question, because we're now dealing with an aspect of human nature and what it is. You incentivize people, they'll benefit from the incentives, but it won't stop people from simply wanting to cut other deals for themselves. I'm not saying I have a solution. I'm saying we have a problem that has wormed its way into our very being in this country.
I want to be a responsive government. That we see something like that and we move into fix it. You get? In the sense that today, and I find it very funny, that you will wake up one morning, and the reason why you have all these traffic jams that you're talking about, it's because one moment you wake up and the road is blocked because there's a construction going on. I find that a very insensitive kind of government, where what is so hard with having a communication that tells your citizenry that tomorrow or the day after, I will be blocking this road, therefore make alternative arrangements. But you wake up one morning, you find something. I want to say this city, we need to give ourselves a chance. Let us give Walter Mongare and his ideas and his team, and I urge you to join me. I'll take you as an advisor. And thank you very much. That's your side hustle. and let's give ourselves a chance for this country. Let's give ourselves another 10 years of different thinking, different doing things. I look at the internet, for instance. A couple of years ago, when the internet was showing up, nobody wanted to have a conversation about the internet. No, it's coming to take businesses, coming to take poster down. Excuse me, technology is here with us. The technological revolution is taking place. We are having different conversation on cryptocurrency and what are those other bitcoins and everybody else. And a government is saying, no, this is not working. We shouldn't implement this. Why can't we have a conversation of the future? Probably the cryptocurrency is a future agenda for this country. Other countries have adopted it. I've seen MasterCard doing something on the crypto, for example. But we have a central bank that is saying, no, this thing is a scheme for one to get rich. Why can't we have that conversation? Why don't we have that conversation with our young people, talking about the future currency? Look at financial technology as we speak. Kenya is a hub of financial technology. And before that, banks were up in arms because this is coming to take their space. But guess what? It has become a lifestyle. Financial technology is taking shape. We as a country, technologically, we are well placed, but we're not having technological conversations. We're talking about cryptocurrency. Oh, no, it's not working. It's a scheme. Why don't we give our young people and ourselves an opportunity to think of tomorrow, of how tomorrow is likely to do? The jobs that we had 10 years ago do not exist right now. So possibly the jobs we are looking at the present time will not exist in another 10 years. So are we having that conversation? Let's have a real conversation. And that is what a Walter Mongare presidency presents. The real conversation for tomorrow and for the future.
I respect the fact that you've put yourself out there. You are campaigning, you're saying, I'd like to be president. You are presenting yourself as an alternative to the leadership of the country. And for people like you, I have utmost respect.
Thank you, sir.
The question I want to ask you, though, is we've been talking about the eventual win of Walter Mongare. So let's talk about the other side. Let's flip the coin. If you don't win,
yes,
then what?
If I don't win, I win. I'll explain.
How?
By being on this ballot gives us an inspiration that we can actually dream and get there. Personally, as Walter, a small party, following the process as defined by IBC to the letter, to a T, making sure that my team looks at the requirements from a calm kind of approach. Don't leave a letter just because you think they put there by mistake. When they say certified, authenticated, and or don't imagine that you just need to certify, authenticate, and add anything else they said, or just to make sure that within, for me, that's a win. And a win, that win is for the young people of this country and for those of us who want to dream differently. When it comes to the ballot, I've always believed in 2007, I think we were shaking hands by lunchtime when the votes were being counted, and we knew Raila Odinga, who's my worthy competitor, was winning. But what happened?
Yeah.
Something else happened. Blackouts. The TV went off, and well, we know whatever happened after that. I always say, please don't count me out until the votes are counted. And therefore, at that point, if I wouldn't have, had accumulated enough to be pronounced the president of this country on round one, probably we might end up going to a runoff. And again, if I don't make it on a runoff, there's something called conceding and partnering with whoever is the president and to carry on and seek for them to look at my manifesto and see the space. Because the manifesto is, I find that dreams that we sell to people and promises we sell to people for purposes of getting to office, and then it hits us that actually we now need a master plan that is real. So as Umoja Summit Party, we have the master plan more than just the promises.
Yeah.
We have the commitments, which, as we said, when we get to office, the first 100 days, we will have a party just to enjoy ourselves and also to redefine the documents that we've been flying around as manifesto. And in 100 days, then turn them into commitments. That is what 100 days looks like.
So first 100 days for your presidency is relax.
There will be comedy, there will be music, there will be, create employment for those people in the creative sector as we think of a better future tomorrow. I think we are a too negative country. We have become too negative. We are always looking at the negative part of the coin. I just want us to be happy, man. I just want us to increase the happiness index.
I really like what you're saying.
Thank you, sir.
Meaning, even as you're saying it, my mind relaxed.
Yes.
100 days.
Relax.
Guys, take it easy.
Yes.
Yeah. There's work ahead, yes, but for now,
take it easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah. I will get all my DJs to be out there. You guys will be having a lot of work to do. We just have fun. We have a government, and we systematically have a happy index going up, and then go out there and fix the country. Yes.
When we are already happy.
And yes.
Approach this work when you're already happy and you're relaxed.
Eric, you will never and you will not see me on top of a pickup abusing Raila Odinga. I've worked for him. I've been his advisor. Okay? He has taught me. He's been my mentor. He's 78. I'm 47. I have 31 years. Why do I need to abuse him? Uhuru Kenyatta was my boss. Ruto was my boss. I learned from them. So by the way, I learned well, and I was a good student. And so at no point will see me on a pickup abusing them. I think it's what we call intergenerational linkage. The older people have done what they needed to do. Give us the baton. We cover the next 100 meters. It's a relay. And it's not an opportunity for me to call them names. I respect them. Tukutane kwa debate. Kila mtu aongee issue zake. Mimi sina time na sitakuwa na time ya kutukana mtu. 100 days we have a party. If we don't become president, we will define what the presidency will look like in the coming years. As it is right now, Walter Mongare's presence on the ballot is a redefining moment. And by the way, it's for all of us. I photocopied the certificate. I will leave you a copy of the nomination certificate from IBC because this candidature is not a Walter Mongare candidature. Ni ya kila mtu. Hata na post tena picture plus the certificate, download it, rub my name, put your name there. It's for all of us. And that's how we will win this election.
I mean, I know we're closing down on this in a few minutes, but also one of the things you talked about was, I mean, I think, and really important now because now we're staring at, issues. And one of the things you talked about was we're educating children, we're educating young people, only to then introduce them to a workforce for which there are no jobs. There's work, but there's no jobs for that. Education is a big deal. Gets, the bulk of the budget, or rather gets one of the highest percentages in the budget. What do you think needs to change in our educational system with what's happening in the world?
The day we killed vocational training and we killed our polytechnics, and that is when, for those of us who were in those schools before, for those of us who had the privilege of going to Form 6, for those of us who had an opportunity, to go to National Youth Service when it worked, and we focused on skills. Today, unaweza tafuta plumber ukakosa. Today, you can look for an electrician ukakosa. The hands, the skills that we are talking about that are vital for every and daily workspace are not there. We have many young people who are theoretical. So the education approach we are taking, forget the CBC thing that we are talking about. If it's something that takes 20 to 21 years, that's okay. It can be let to grow. But the reality is we need to fix them now. We are so much promising people 2063 when they need to feed now, when they need to do things now. So there must be interventions that cater for the guy who has already left school. So CBC is not an option for a guy who needs a job today. Rescaling, on the other end, is what will be priority. You've got basic education in university. Thank you very much. I need you to have your hands working. I need you to have an output that is practical. I need every young person. And by the way, when I get to State House, I want to assure you that every Form 4, ukitoka Form 4, unaingia National Youth Service.
NYS.
That I can guarantee you, because there's an element of order and discipline that our people lack in their mind. And therefore, we need to get ourselves to be patriotic about our country. So when it comes to that, it's reskilling and getting people to have practical skills that are able to do what needs to be done going forward. So other than education, I need to have forums that engage with people. Then we discuss these things. If we empower people, when we talk about startups in this country, majority of the startups are not even from our young people. They're expatriates. Our startups die within the first 1 to 2 years. Why? Because we've not put what we call government equity into startups, where we hold your hand until you succeed, then we let you fly. So we need to give space to the startups so that they can be a port for employment for other people, because each startup can be able to employ 5 other young people out there. So there are interventions. We just need to be agile as a government. We just need to be sensitive and responsive. And we have the best policies in the country. Yeah. Mimi nitachukua hizo policies zenye niliona kwa maofisi za serikali and I will implement them and the country will be better. It's not that they don't exist. It's the goodwill that we need. And by the way, it takes common sense to run a government. Common sense.
That's all it needs.
Common decency.
I've got to ask you this question because many have asked. Why not governor?
First, I'm a believer. 2, you aim for what you want and you go for it. There are no parameters. There's no one who told you that this is the ladder of leadership. I think the experiences I've had in government for the last 12 years, I believe the experience I've had in private and corporate sector for the last 20 years, I think the opportunity that I've had to create products from scratch, a creative industry that you being a presenter or you being an actor was like an act of shame. You don't want people to see you that you act in national theatre. Having taken 20 years to establish, right now people are earning from the creative space like they do. Having done Sweet Banana as a song and tested it on Skiza Tune and made the first 35,000 shillings when we began the platforms for remunerating musicians, to today they're earning millions. I want to believe that experience that I have needs to be at the top, and then we can now begin to use that opportunity for that 7-second signature that I have to change the lives of millions of people and our Kenyans.
I don't want to be a wet blanket. I want to speak for those who are asking that question.
Yes.
Reality. Okay. And the reality that with which many are asking this question is, Walter, you're not going to be the president come end of this year.
And who told you?
Wait.
Who told you?
The people. Walter, you're not going to be the president.
No,
However,
have
with
that
all
as an
these
opinion.
all these all these ideas that you have are likely to go to waste for another 5 years because you went for that seat. But you had a bigger chance if you had gone for a different seat.
If you understand the matrices of the various seats, by the way, I could easily make a good women rep. The constitution does not say that's a seat for women. I could make a good MCA. If I understand the role of an MCA to oversight and to represent the people, then if that is what I wanted to do, I will be an MCA. If I wanted to be a governor, the CEO of a county, I would want to be that. But I want to say, this is what I want to do, and this is the service I want to offer. This is the competence I think I have, and I would want us to give each other a chance and an opportunity. There are 24 million voters out there. Surely, out of that, 8 million will not stop to vote for me. And if 8 million votes for me, the 16 of you will benefit from our administration. Each candidate as we speak right now, you watch the space. We have 24 million kugawana, my friend. Yes, and it's up to us to sell ourselves well. And if there's any Kenyan who's listening to me, including yourself, you will desist from using those words. You will never be. Who told you I will never be? Give me a chance. Let's go to the ballot. Let's count them. And at that point, I will then take what I have and multiply it for future.
And run with it.
Yes. So please, those who are saying I will never, just do me a favor. When you go to the ballot on the 9th, just vote for Walter Mongare and see whether I will never be president.
Give him the chance. Well, you cannot vie for woman rep.
Who said you can't?
The Constitution.
What does it say?
47 women, each elected by the registered voters of the counties, each county constituting a single member constituency.
Until and unless.
Okay.
I never declared my gender.
This is what I was saying. Until and unless you've made that declaration.
Walter, thank you very much for joining us.
No, I thank you. I thank you for the wonderful conversation that we've had. Thank you, Ndu. I'll be more than glad to come on a weekly basis to articulate issues for a better tomorrow. City, thank you. Thanks for not asking me very hard questions, but spare them for our manifesto. Eric, I will remember you for when I become the president that you think I won't, I would hire you. Okay, but I want to thank you, and on behalf of the Umoja Summit Party and all the wonderful people, young people who have worked tirelessly to have Walter Mongare on the candidature, I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to being of service to the country in the next 60 days.
Thank you very much, Walter. Congratulations for the far that you've come.
Thank you.
That ticket, I know the nomination certificate, yes, we want our photocopies.
Yes.
We want to also own it.
Thank you.
And own the pride.
Yeah.
Walter Mongare is vying for president under the Umoja Summit Party. He says, give him a chance. He has ideas. He has the experience to do the job. Let's take this quick break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, have you heard about Mbuzi24.com?
Mbuzi what? No! What is it?
Mbuzi24.com delivers farm-fresh products such as meat, cheese, eggs, herbs, and more straight to your door. Fresh and reasonably priced. And imagine, it's free delivery.
Mbuzi24.com. Farm fresh food. Order now and get free delivery in Nairobi. Goat meat only 545 Kenya shillings per kilogram.
SpiceFM.
It's getting hot in here.
Oh, everybody steals. It's better a thief who brings something small back. And I say to myself, there's no better thief. A thief is a thief, period.
All those bribes, how much they are getting per year, how much inconvenience they are causing, as much as you call it a small case, it's worth it to be convicted.
The truth is, we are a tribal nation. Because if we were not tribal, and I want to go back to this, You cannot continue walking around with a mug which is clean outside and it's rotten inside.
We have become a fuliza country. We have mortgaged our country because of debt.
You've got one chef working and the assistant chef wakati anatakana koroge unga nini hayuko.
This is the Situation Room.
So we're still looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. 17 degrees and mostly cloudy, highs of 24 and lows of 14. At 17, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 13. Partly sunny conditions at 19 in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 14. And at mostly cloudy conditions in Eldoret, 18 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 12. It's raining in Mombasa at 24. We'll see highs of 26 and we'll see highs of 24 in Malindi, where it's raining as well. Mostly sunny at 24 in Kisumu, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 26 in Kakamega, where it's currently sunny at 24. Kampala, the sun is out now at 23, highs of 27 and lows of 18, while in Dar es Salaam, it's mostly cloudy at 24, highs of 29 and lows of 24. Okay, Johannesburg, 8 degrees and sunny, highs of 18 and lows of 6. It's raining still in Lagos at 24, highs of 30. And Kinshasa is sunny at 23, highs of 32 and lows of 21. Let's look out into Beijing, where into Friday evening, it's 29, Monday evening, it's 29 and sunny, highs of just that and lows of 14. We're looking at sunny conditions at 15 in Paris, 21 will be the high and lows of 14. And it's raining in London at 13, highs of 17 and lows of 11. We're looking at 19 degrees and clear in New York. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 27 and lows of 17. All right, getting out of traffic hour. It has not been too bad today, except for what was going on the Thika Superhighway, and we're looking at now the dregs of that. And then, just when you think that things are getting a little bit better, traffic picks up again on the Thika Superhighway. We're just going to have to keep an eye on that, but not too terrible from where we are. Landy's absolutely packed getting into the city, and then on to Kamkunji, and then to Haile Selassie. That whole stretch is really busy, and we're still looking at jam-packed traffic then from the Utali Drift into Moranga Road this morning. Let's keep an eye on that through the morning. Kiambu Road still packed, bumper to bumper, in and outbound. Traffic continues through the morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Just 5 minutes to turn the conversation.
Mornings done right.
We've heard so far from Walter Mongare, who was the first presidential candidate to be cleared by the IEBC. Since then, we've had Wajakoya cleared. We've had Advocate Maure Waihiga cleared, and we'll be hoping to host them soon in the studio. We have William Ruto and Raila Odinga cleared. This morning, we understand that Jimmy Wanjege, Njeru Kathangu, and there's a gentleman called who's also going in the afternoon. They are all seeking this Mudiora. Yeah, candidate called Mudiora is also going for this for the seat. He was in the last election as well. So they're seeking clearance today. The question is, when we're looking now at the candidates being cleared, and it becomes crystal clear now who is going to be on the ballot, the presidential ballot, are people decided on who they're going to vote for? We have seen very many opinion polls by TIFA and the other research companies that are showing a very huge number of undecideds within even 90 days to the election, which is unlike in the past. So, do you think people are getting more and more decided as the races now crystallize?
I think they are. I think they are. The one thing that definitely began to tilt the scales, in my view, was the Martha Karua effect, as it's called, the Martha effect. And part of the reason why I think that happened was somebody who clearly, from the reaction that I saw, was not well, was In the running, yes, but not really expected. Meaning, she didn't fit into what we call our political norm. Because the thing that Martha represents is a clarity that has next to minimum compromises on things that she considers to be germane to good governance. Yet, the political class in this country are notorious for precisely the opposite. Compromising when none is needed, they'll compromise. So long as there's a shilling somewhere in the horizon, you'll find some compromise. So that tilt, I think, played into the minds of people who had wanted something other than what was normal in our politics. And that brought in that.
So there's a number of undecideds who made up their mind because of Martha Karua's entry into the presidential ballot.
Simply that.
There are still others who remained undecided.
The others, I think, have questions that they feel have not yet been answered. It's not as though they've given up. They're saying, look, why should I? Now, when someone asks that question, it isn't a finality. It is like, give me reason to vote. Give me reason to consider my position. And if reason is given, then they will change their position.
Yes. Let's conduct this poll as you respond. 0719-012-600. Call us and let's hear. Have you decided who you're going to vote for in this election, or have you not decided? And if you haven't, why?
It's interesting because the optics play out in a way that's very interesting, that you see the crowds and you hear all the rhetoric and you hear in also many cases the propaganda. And the assumption would be that the vote is already cast and it's counted, but that there would be a significant number of people who are still waiting to hear a certain thing, and then that tips the scales for them in terms of the decision that they're going to make. And I mean, suffice to say, I think there are quite a lot of people who are in that space right now saying, okay, well, perhaps I have to be convinced a little bit more. Perhaps I need to hear something that I haven't heard before. Perhaps there is something else that you need to bring to my attention that is going to then make me make the decision. Before that happens,
you're just there. Yeah. You need to be the scales to be tipped. There are people who may still be wanting to hear, and that's why I think it's also important that all the candidates get a fair share of airtime so they can articulate their agenda. When you listen to Walter Mongare and then you see people like Binwa Philanthropy saying today's discussion with Walter Mongare is awesome, very inspirational and futuristic guy, all the best in his endeavors, it's because he gets this opportunity to be able to articulate his agenda for the country. And if we get more and more, we get Wajakoya coming out and getting his message out there. We get Mudhiora out there getting his message. If we get Mutumishi Njeru Kathango or Ford Asili coming out to say, this is my agenda. If we get Agano Party's Mwaure, who comes out to say, this is why. Mwaure actually it's not the first time that he'll be seeking to be president.
No.
Mwaure Wahiga of Agano Party has vied twice before. So why? Why is it that you believe that this is the seat to go for? If people get to understand and hear, then the undecided start getting decided. So 0719-012-600. We want to hear, have you made up your mind on who you want to vote for in this election? If you haven't, why? Zachary in Nakuru, good morning.
I had to call repeatedly so that I be the first, yeah?
Very good.
First of all, I know that I owe you an explanation.
Yeah, on Mwalimu Andrew.
Yeah, but let me say this. I don't know the words that I can use to actually thank the teachers that have been in my life. And there is this particular two gentlemen from my village, yeah? Where I was growing. They were teachers. And in our days when you were growing, teachers were the most revered people, yeah? And they set the standards. Then there is this guy called Andrew Miringo. May God rest his soul in eternal peace, yeah? That guy used to have the part in the hair, the rori. We call it in Kikuyu rori. I know you will explain to them the part, like the
Mandela cut.
Thank you. In Kikuyu it is called rori. Then he used to buy designer clothes, and let me tell you, Mr. Eric and Mr. Andrew there, that guy used to feature everywhere, whether it's a funeral committee, a wedding. Teachers are good, and Mwalimu, I refer to you that because of the much respect that I have for teachers, including you.
So
So
Mwalimu
a
here
standing
needs to...
ovation. I'm standing up to give you a standing ovation, okay?
Next time he goes to the Kinyozi, he should get a Rory.
Yeah, anything from Aroria. These are, every teacher has So it is not in bad faith, yeah?
Okay.
Now, coming to the question that you are asking, let me say this. Any person who has not been following the politics of Kenya, especially for the last, let me say 7 years, yeah? And the intrigues that you have been taken through, is the only one who can be caged by Sijui. Eric was elected to be an advisor to Nyambane, who was there, and I congratulate Mr. Nyambane, yeah, setting the standards for young people. I wish him well. Any person who has been following keenly, like now the discussions that we have been having on the situation room, I don't think I can be swayed by your grandmother was told that he is going to be deputized Raila Odinga or William Ruto. No. By the way, let me tell you, according to my opinion, do you see like guys like Nyambane and the so-called Wajakoya? Those are now going to be the king makers. That you can take that one to the bank.
How?
How? Okay, Wajakoya is coming up with something that he's saying, okay, I'm going to legalize and control the growing of the herb, yeah? The weed. I fear the young people calling it the weed, yeah? And this shall provide so much needed employment to the young people. And let me tell you, depending on how people are going through these days, yeah? Many are running to those drugs so that they can actually try to forget some of their problems. So on the ground, if you come, like I was in a matatu when Wajakoya was given the ticket, yeah? And 50% of the people who are there are below that age, yeah? They said that is our candidate. We want him because he identifies with us.
So you think he's going to get sufficient number of votes to force a conversation from the other candidates?
I've told you, and I repeat it again even tomorrow, he will.
Okay.
Okay, if it
Zachary,
is Mr. Like Pasapa, yep.
Allow me to pick other callers. We have 2 on the line.
Okay, thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Zachary. Have a good one.
Okay.
George in Nyeri, good morning.
Good morning, Eric, Sindu, and Siki.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm no longer in Nyeri, I'm now in Kajiado.
We shall change that.
Yeah, I'm finally back home now. This is where I belong.
Karibu nyumbani.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Have you decided who you're going to vote for in this election?
Actually, I think I decided that on November last year. And okay, by merit of kuna mtu amenipea kazi mahali. And you see, sometimes he who feeds you at one point controls you. I know Titi will want me to elaborate on that, but
he who pays the piper
calls the tune.
Calls for the tune. But not on that merit, actually. It's for the good of the country.
Okay.
And where we are and where we want to be. You see, the likes of Nyambane, Wajakoya, they are good. But the dynamics of our politics are defined by huyu mtu wako na watu kweli. On the ground, do you really have those people who support your idea? And how good is your idea on paper and on articulation? Because on paper it might be very good, but once you get into that office, it will be something totally different. And one, I'll tend to differ with Nyambane on one thing about how to control jam in Nairobi. You see, it's not about the road construction that causes all these things. Because even if you inform people that now Mombasa Road will be closed, now you need to seek other alternatives. Which other alternatives do we have?
So it's a lack of options.
Even on the alternative, there will still be a lot of road traffic and all that. And we'll have a whole session of 2 hours to inform us different routes.
Traffic updates. George, thank you. Thank you very much. We've made your point. Let's hear from other callers as well. Have a lovely day.
You too, gentlemen and lady.
All right. Moha. Hello? Moha. Hey, he's on air. He has gone on.
Hello.
silent. Good.
Hello.
You're here now. How are you doing?
I'm good. How is everyone there?
Very well.
We're well, thank you.
Okay.
Have you made
For
up your
me,
mind?
On what exactly?
On who you're going to vote for in the presidential election?
No, I haven't.
All right.
That's the honest truth. I haven't. Now, my question is to CT. CT, the last time we spoke, you finished our conversation by saying I made a good point. So how far have you gone in implementing that good point?
I've actually forgotten what the point was.
This is a conversation
Eric, can you please? No. Can you please find the
refresh my mind if you don't mind, please.
The recall vote, CT. The educating the electorate about the recall vote. Do you remember that one? Oh my God!
No, I do. I'm yanking your chain and entertaining my friends here.
Now, on the other
I
issue
do.
about
Let me explain to you why it is I thought you were making a valid point. Huh?
Yeah.
When somebody presents an idea which clearly, in my mind, is clearly thought out, okay?
Yeah.
Meaning they've looked at the situation and they've looked at the variables that are available and they've looked and said, look, this is the position I want to take on this matter. And this is what I'd like to look at.
Yeah.
It was thought-provoking, meaning it made me look and say, wait a moment. There's
a point.
This is something that one ought to give a little more thought. This is something that one ought to give a little more time. Yes. Now, if something is thought-provoking worthy, then it should be mentioned as such.
But Moha,
okay.
I want to ask you, back to the topic of the hour, why are you still undecided?
Okay. The people who are running for the presidential ticket, most of them do not speak to the reality of the current situation or the reality on the ground. Like I mentioned, there's no way. I don't believe I'm going to vote for someone who's gonna do a rally and then he's going to talk at me. He's not going to talk to me. None of those people are talking about holding a town hall session, whereby even if I will not show up, but one or two people in that town hall session will ask a question that is relevant to me.
Yep.
So currently, I have a problem with the whole of that setup. And if my call had been answered earlier at the beginning of your discussion with Walter, at least I would have asked him how many town hall sessions is he planning to have in relation to rallies.
Okay.
Yeah.
We hear you.
Those are some of the things that have really not have stopped me from actually making a decision.
Thank you, Moha. We hear you. In the interest of time, allow me to pick other callers. Yegon.
Yes, good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Buana. Where are you?
Good morning. On my way to Moyale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just 40 kilometers away from.
40 kilometers away from Moyale is like 1,000 kilometers from Nairobi.
No. Yes.
Of course,
Okay,
Yegon, your mind is made up on who you want to vote for, or have you changed your mind?
No, I have changed. Maybe the last time I was there, I was singing another tune. Niko Azimio, bwana.
Hey, Yegon, what happened?
The choice of the running mate. Hapo tulichoma.
Why? What made you change your mind there?
No, that ticket Kenyans cannot buy. It's not a serious ticket, joint ticket for transformation. Sorry to speak, those guys are goons.
But
You know when-
you were speaking very strongly
You know when you are
for the principle.
when you are accused of something, as a leader and a gentleman, you rise to court to defend yourself. You don't hire people to barricade stones. Yes, that's how we solve the economy of this nation. Yes.
So now you are in Azimio
Now I'm in Asimio.
because
And in
of Martha Karua.
Yes, and now I'm even thinking of changing my vote so that I can vote in Moyale. Because I feel voting in Moyale, my papa's vote can count as others and voting in Nandi.
Part of the 25%. Unfortunately, that window has been closed for changing your vote. But thank you for calling in. You're going to have a lovely day and wish you journey masses. Asante.
Thank you, guys.
Anthony in Mombasa, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very well.
Yeah, Barian.
Sisi tuko salama. The last time you spoke to us, Anthony,
Yes.
your mind was made up.
Sijabadilika.
Eh?
I'm not even planning to.
You're not moving with Yegon.
No. me, by the way, what I look at is not the person. I'm still one of those hopeful Kenyans that by the way, whatever the politician says, I pray they do it.
Okay.
As gullible as it sounds, but that's hope, Now what to do?
It's a big thing.
Yeah, it's a big thing, but that's what moves people to doing extraordinary things. You hope for the best.
So, Anthony, you're saying that your mind is made up because you're looking at what the candidates are presenting.
Yes.
And you were sold onto what your candidate is presenting.
Oh, yes.
How different is it from what the other candidates are presenting?
Because, yes, with all due respect to Mongare, I let to entertain when he was Moi, but as there's the reality on the ground, as when you're asking him by the 25% in 24 counties, is it a realistic measure? I think for becoming a president, we need to become more serious. Yes. I'll appreciate when the day comes when we have maybe just 3. So that at least the last person gets more than 500,000 votes countrywide. We will say this is someone who actually sat down and thought about becoming the president of the nation. But if it's just paying 200,000, getting some few signatures, we'll have a lot of people vying for the presidency. And the presidency is not something that is taken for granted. It is something serious. Yes.
I hear you. Strong points.
Yeah. So, for example, there was a time I think someone vied for presidency, and even where the running mate was registered, he got 0 votes. You get.
Acha kutukana Jeremiah Kioni bwana.
I didn't mention them.
We can read you from far.
Yes, you know when you get that in a certain province, not let alone county, province, you didn't feature anywhere. That's a problem.
It's a big one.
I think you should be fined.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yes, actually, yes.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Very much. You too.
So votes are shifting, or positions are solidifying.
And I think even those who may have changed their position, even as of today, something may happen in the near future, you never know, that will then again make them move again.
Yep.
That's just the nature of this kind of thing, isn't it?
Yep.
That somebody along the line may do something.
The
somebody
next
may
64 days are crucial.
Those are too many days.
It's not cast in stone. Even if you know, today, if I were to cast my ballot today, this is who I would vote in. Well, 2 months down the line, that position could just as easily change based on what somebody does or says.
Somebody that I know will sway 1 or 2 of the undecided. There's a young man called Muthiora. He was Professor Kalweyu's running mate in 2017. And in the deputy presidential debates, he stood out.
He did.
A young man from Kawangware, and what he was saying, I mean, we've got to dream and aspire. Just the same conversation that Walter is giving us. It's a big thing.
He had energy. He had what you call an evangelist zeal. You listen and you feel, okay, this guy is saying what he believes.
It's coming from deep down somewhere.
Yeah, he's saying what he believes. He's not color coding it. He's not giving it any shades of the rainbow. He's actually just saying, you know, this.
This is what I believe. This is coming from the heart of it.
And sometimes passion is important.
True passion is absolutely. And the thing is that about such things, you can't lie.
Yeah.
No.
If it's coming from that place, you can read whether it's this thing that they're saying, whether they actually believe it or not. Just as well, you can read if somebody doesn't believe what they're saying.
You know what's energizing about it is that it's takes you away from this jaded view that people like myself have about politics, where it doesn't matter how much light you shine on it. I look at it and say, forget it. It's broad daylight. Can you not see that cloud over there?
Areas we conclude, City. The proverb?
Yes. Where there are riches, thieves abound. If the riches are large, the thieves are big. You know, in the abundance of wise counsel, there is much wisdom. That's the book of Proverbs. Okay? But here in the abundance of plenty, when people believe that there is a way to get at it without necessarily working for it, then more and more people get into that space. Even people who ordinarily would not have thought of it, because there's an understanding that you can get away with it, the numbers will increase. Yes.
Absolutely.
Is it not the story of our times and our lives in this country?
Right smack, front and center, indeed.
Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. Join us again tomorrow morning, God willing. We'll be here from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Have a lovely day. Sugar, spice, and everything nice for the next 24 hours on SpiceFM. It's now 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Interior CS Fred Matiang'i has arrived in Marsabit County to chair a peace meeting. Matiang'i is chairing the meeting just days after he extended the curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. due to insecurity in the region. Matiang'i, who is accompanied by other security officials, is expected to give guidance on plans to tackle the insecurity in the county. Now, presidential aspirants Jimmy Wanjigi of Safina Independent candidate Eglid Muthio